Hello, everybody. We are now live with the first ever MrMaxodom's Clubhouse. I just like to say, or I like to apologize for everybody who hung in with me last week. I had a little difficulties trying to get it started. So this time I went a different direction, and we are now working. I'm going to start doing this if everything goes well. I want to try, if I get enough people, try to do me like a mystery guest, someone who hasn't been on, someone that doesn't, someone that's not very well known or someone who's very popular. Um, so go ahead. Just I went ahead and started. I'm a little late. I was trying to wait for some people to join. So I'm just gonna start, talking here. I guess I'll go ahead and talk a little bit about myself. Um, I've been riding for about 3 years, um, and I've really enjoyed riding. Um, I've been trying to ride as much as possible, but with the weather lately has been up and down with snow here in Northern Virginia. I went out yesterday, and when I first went out, it was 19 degrees outside. And when I came home, it was 27, so I don't know exactly what the temperature really was. Um, I went out today, and it was a gorgeous, gorgeous day out. Nice, warm, 40 degrees. Took a nice leisure ride around my area, breaking in my new tires. Um, if you guys haven't seen any of my videos, I have a 2009 Suzuki GSXR 600. It's they call it an orange, but it looks more burnt orange. Um, I really love the bike. I'm not going to get rid of it. That's, it's going to be part of my little collection. I'm working towards getting a secondary bike. Um, I'm not much of an expert yet, like some people in the motovlog arena. I've I'm still learning new things every day, and I'm still got a lot to learn. So just bear with me if I don't know something. Don't don't judge me too quick. Um, I've in the past 3 years of riding, I've been through a good bit. I told myself I wasn't going to ride in the rain. I've rode in the rain a few times. Um, I told myself also to that I wasn't going to stop on hills because I thought that it was beyond my um, it was just beyond my ability. But now I have no problem stopping on hills and going. Um, I've been on a few group rides, so I know how different language goes on. Where if there's something on the road, people point it out. If there's gravel, potholes. Um, I've also been on a trip by myself. I've went to Flight 93 Memorial. Um, that was about 128 miles one way. Um, it took me a little while to get there, probably roughly about two and a half hours. Um, it was definitely interesting. It was a nice ride, but it seemed like I was only there for maybe a half an hour, 45 minutes tops. Um, they're still working on improving the site, um, but as far as that, that is the furthest distance I have ridden, especially by myself. This year, I'm hopefully trying to go into further rides. As soon as um, Brand 7701 um, gives a date on her um, charity ride, I want to take a ride down there and join in on that festivities. Um, there's a couple other places I'm wanting to go. Haven't fully decided yet. I'm trying to slowly push myself as to improve my writing skills. Um, I am looking forward to getting a more powerful bike, not necessarily a sports bike. I'm more right now looking towards a cruiser, so I have a variety of, an option for riding, and especially like if I have a bike down for repairs, I can have a secondary for travels as still. Um, the reason why I'm looking into cruisers or touring bikes, I should say. Um, that way, when I am doing group rides or if I decide to take a longer trip, I'm more prepared and be able to ride more comfortably, um, and not have to be kind of bunched up with a bunch of uh, stuff. So um, I am not really worried about getting views on my channel, um, but it is nice to see that people subscribe. So I don't know how the a lot of people have motovlogged and answered or asked a lot of questions, so it makes it almost difficult to come up with something new to talk about unless it's something unique in my area to talk about. Um, I don't know what my direction is going for right now. So right now I don't really have a camera to motovlog. Right now I have just my cell phone, but I am working towards getting a camera for my helmet. So that way I can, you know, show you more of my journey while riding, and hopefully it'll be a little bit more exciting than just shout outs and um, reviews. Um, I know on a couple of my reviews I left some single things out, but like on my movie clip of my journey, I forgot to put in my Flight 93 visit. No big deal. Then when I did my helmet review, I forgot to mention that with the G-Max 68 helmets, that they automatically come with little sections inside the helmets where your ears are, there's a little slot to where you can put little speakers in, so you can, play music, listen to the phone, or, Bluetooth, for communication between you and another rider. Um, another thing, it's just not that big of a deal. I didn't bother, editing it out, re-editing. Um, so I'm not sure. I'm not as into motovlogging or into this internet world like some other people. I'm just going to take it a little step at a time and, see how things go. So I know you guys don't want to keep, hearing me talk by myself, but I would hate to not make this very long if it's just by myself. I've invited a few people. Um, Hopefully they will come and join anytime soon. Um, I've also invited some people for the, watching. Um, so if anybody has seen my videos, and if you have not commented on anything, please just let me know and tell me how what you think, what I could do better. That's, I'm putting out videos to not really just help people, but give them ideas on what to purchase, what not to purchase, and then give my experience with what I've purchased. Um, so in order for me to help you all, you need to help me so I can, do better with my videos. Maybe the video quality's not that good, or my audio's not good, or um, maybe I was not wearing shoes. Um, just I would love to hear opinions, good or bad. Um, as long as they're not too terrible. Um, that would really would help me out. So I would, greatly appreciate your concerns and thoughts. Um, but we'll go ahead and start and say, for beginner riders, um, sometimes, I mean, I know a lot of people are saying, start with a smaller bike. Um, that is a very touchy question to ask somebody, because first of all, they don't know you very well and understand what you like, what you don't like. And it also, excuse me, uh, it, there's a lot of variables involved. Um, you got to be able to feel comfortable on the bike. You have to uh, feel comfortable on the bike. The seating, the height. You got to know where, are you hunched over too much? Um, is it going to be enough power for you? Uh, just don't go by what other people suggest, because apparently I get that a lot for me to buy a Harley or something in that vicinity, and I'm not taking their word. So I'm going to buy what I want to buy, what I feel comfortable on, what I like. Um, I mean, me myself, I'm a pretty big guy, so I started on a 600 for so um, like someone that's we'll take me for an instance, me sitting on a 250 or 300, it might not have enough power for me, or it would not fit my physique or whatever how you it. Um, my my style. Um, I've always liked the crotch rocket look. Never was much on the cruisers. But now that I've ridden on a 600, um, like I said, I still want to have a variety of different bikes in my garage. That way I can choose from day to day what I feel like riding. Um, but yeah, I mean, as far as getting your first bike, um, don't go by what other people suggest to you. Go with what you feel is more comfortable, and go with your size. Your how tall are you? Weight. You got to weight has a little bit of that factor into play because that bike's got to have enough power to haul you and itself at the same time. Um, I mean, I just had a friend who, I guess, beginning of last year was looking. He just got his motorcycle license and he was looking for a bike and he wanted a cruiser and he came across the um, was it the Honda Shadow 600. Well, he hasn't rode as much as I do. Um, he after a while of him riding and being on the highway, that Honda Shadow 600, he finds that it doesn't have enough power or oomph to go around traffic on the highway. I mean, he's got it, in high gear, throttle all the way back, and he doesn't have that power that he needs. Um, so he's actually looking for something else. Um, that's another reason why I picked the 600 because I wanted something that I didn't have to sell or trade or do an upgrade. With the 600, I can keep it for a longer period of time. I can get used to it, and um, that power's there, so I know that I can control when and where to give it that power, so I can overtake a car, or if there's an accident or something, I can weave in and out or whatever I need. Um, I mean, I really would prefer to have the Honda CBR 600 double R. Um, but I mean, because it didn't have that, so far of a reach, the handlebars being so they were up a little bit to where I felt a little more comfortable. Um, but after sitting on numerous crotch rockets, you like your R6 and your um, all these other sports bikes out there, they did not really do it for me. They were, either the seats were too uncomfortable, or I was putting too much weight on my wrist. When I finally sat on the CBR, or not the CBR, I'm sorry, the Suzuki GSXR 600, I still felt weight on my wrist, but I felt more comfortable sitting in it than I did in all the other ones besides the Honda CBR 600. Um, so I have no complaints of the Suzuki GSXR 600. It is a phenomenal bike as a beginner's bike. Out of all the other bikes, as far as doing reviews and looking at them, the GSXR or Jigsters, they have I don't know when they started doing this, but they have a mode switch on them to where you can adjust your power. It has A, B, and C mode. So, like me, once I figured out how to operate that system, I would always run it in a C mode, which basically gave you very little power, but gave you better gas mileage. And after, I'd probably say 2 years of riding, I started to get into the more of switching into the modes. Um, I would find myself behind traffic, and whenever I came to a passing lane where I can pass that person, I would switch that to the A mode, which gave me more power and less fuel economy, and that power was more than enough to get past somebody or avoid an accident or any kind of situation that you might encounter. Um, so that's why I really love the GSXR, because you can grow with it and get used to the power before you move on to something like a 750 or a liter bike. Um, so I'm trying not to ramble here, but um, I just like to give my insights of what I've been through and what I've come across in my last 3 years of riding. I am still what you would call a new rider, and kind of going into the um, medium, more experienced riding, experience. Um, I mean, leaning more on my turns, um, getting to know more about my bike. I mean, you're going to drop it. I mean, as a newbie, there's no questions about it. I mean, there might be some people that may not drop their bike, but there's always going to be a time where you're going to drop a bike. And I've dropped mine a couple of times, but most of them's been either, you know, I want to say my it's been my fault, but in the same way, I don't want to say that. Um, because taking a class, they tell you to use both front and rear brakes. But when I had my first accident was the day I brought the bike home, and there's loose gravel in front of my driveway, on the main road. And when I was getting ready to pull into my driveway, I used the front and rear brakes. Well, with the front brake being on, it caught some of that loose gravel, and I dropped it. I mean, thank goodness it was only a low speed, around 10 or 15 miles an hour, but still it was enough to make me kind of mad. And who is joining us now?
What's up, Maxodom?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, not bad. How about you?
I'm doing good.
I'm just trying to figure out this toolbox thing that popped
I
up
don't
on
know
me.
if you've been
What's that?
okay. I was just saying okay from what you were just saying there. I'm just been rambling on.
Oh, nobody else in here?
Um, I've invited a few people. I just haven't. Nobody's joined, and I haven't seen any viewers yet. So
Nice. Oh well, somebody might show up.
someone will. So I was just sitting here talking about my experiences and what I've been going through since being a new rider. Um, how long have you been riding?
About 4 years. Yeah, about 4 years.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have a bike last summer, which kind of killed me. But I've been at it for 4 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you see
Oh, okay, that's
you're new
cool.
this year.
Oh, no, no, I've been riding for 3 years.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. It's
Um,
where are
I mean,
you
is
where are
there
you at?
anything? I'm at Northern Virginia.
Are you really? Oh shit. I'm in Eastern Ohio, right on the West Virginia border, actually.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Um, so is Tyler your real name or?
Yeah, is it? Is it coming up as? Uh, let's see. What's it coming up as on mine? Yeah.
I guess that's how you say it. It's
Uh,
Tyler.
yeah. Supposed to come in as llama goo.
Are you still there? Uh, I mean, I've lost team. Oh, hello.
Yeah. Yeah. You hear me?
Oh, I've got you.
Yeah. I don't.
Got you up here on the screen twice though, but
Yeah, something happened. I don't know. And for some reason, it's not coming in under Llama Goose. It's coming in under my personal Google Plus page. But whatever. I don't really care.
uh,
I am so
yeah, I was kind of wondering who
good.
the
I have no idea. Yeah, it didn't as Llama Goose. I'm kind of. I don't know how to work that. Maybe.
Yeah, I'm just still kind of new
I don't.
myself trying to do all this.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, so out of the years that you've been riding, what kind of experiences have you been through um, as riding?
Um. Not too many bad experiences. I've had a lot of good experiences. I've laid a couple bikes down, but nothing too serious. Never been pulled over. Never really had too many problems with it. How about you?
Well, I've been pulled over twice on my bike doing about 20 miles over the speed limit, and I've had to go to work to Leesburg, Virginia, and it's about an hour drive from where I'm at. And a lot of the people there, they don't really look for bikers, so I can. I don't. There's numerous times that people almost sideswipe me because I'm not paying attention.
Right. Well, I hear you there. Let me see. I'm trying to see if I can get the Llama Goose thing to come in. Yeah, I think I am coming in as Llama Goose, and if I am, I'm signing out under my personal one.
Okay.
How about now?
Yes, you are
All
good.
right, sweet. I have no idea how this crap works. I like
uh,
I used to use
yeah,
YouTube
so
all the
how's
time.
it feeling?
I used to use YouTube all the time, but then Google Plus took over everything. I was so confused. I couldn't even understand what was going on. I still don't know how to use Google Plus.
Yeah, see, that's the problem I was doing last week. I went under Google Plus, and I went under the um, Hangout Live. And when I went on there, there's no place on the thing that said where I can start the broadcast. And so I went to the help menu and it was giving me the directions how to start it. So it didn't help me at all.
Yeah, I know. I got all the emails last week about you having one, and yeah, I wish I would have been able to make it, but I didn't. I had all kinds of crap going on.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Um, yeah, I wasn't really sure if I was going to do one tonight or not, but um, yeah, it's kind of nice to instead of being on the asking questions side to actually being on the live part. You know, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, no doubt. It sure is different. I've been doing the whole Q&A thing, and asking people's questions and all that, and I'm so used to typing, I think I forgot how to talk.
Same here. I've kind of been following Brand before she started doing these hangouts and watching her videos and asking your audience and stuff. So
Yeah, I actually followed Bram before she did that too. I didn't, nobody else. I didn't follow really a whole lot of people until I started watching the Hangouts. But anymore, I go up through the comments list or whoever's on the Hangout, and if I see anyone that's a motovlogger, I add them.
yeah, that's pretty much lately I've been doing. You know, adding people through Brand's Hangout that I just kind of throw them on my circle.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing pretty much. Yeah, I don't know. Is this the same thing as what they do? This Hangout here?
Um, yeah. The only thing is, I don't know how to put up the question board on the side, uh, like they can where they can see it. So right now we just got the group chat on the side.
Oh, okay. Let's see. I don't know. I think most of the time what they do is they go onto YouTube and they mute the Google Plus Hangout and they just watch it from YouTube, I think is how they do it.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I'm just fine with right now. For the first time, just doing this. If we get someone in here with who can actually see the questionnaire, if we get more people in here, maybe we can start asking more questions.
Yeah. Yeah. That'd be pretty cool. Is this streaming live to YouTube or something, or is it just staying on Google?
Um, no, I actually think it's actually streaming live on YouTube.
Oh, okay. All right, cool deal.
Yeah, it seemed a lot more simpler doing going through YouTube than it was trying to deal with that Google.
Yeah, no doubt. I can't stand Google.
Yeah, so now I know why Brandon's always complaining about the Google Plus, and then always the "we'll be right back" kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah, screw that. I'm just trying to I'm just trying to group chat. All right, I got the group chat up. Cool. Even though we're the only two people in here.
uh, yeah, I wanted to start at 9 o'clock, and I started about 15 minutes before that to get kind of set up and wait for some people. As soon as 9:30 rolled around, I was like, well, I'm just going to go ahead and start this and just kind of just talk until I got somebody. So
Yeah, go for it, man. Hell yeah. So,
Um, yeah, it just kind of seemed like when you um, watch brands uh, hangouts, it just seems like there's the same people over and over again, and I just I just thought maybe it's time to get some more newer people, newer faces, um, get some new people, old people, just more. I don't know what I'm looking for.
you're looking for
Help
an
getting
original
people out
audience
there
or
and
an original panel, trying to get different
yeah, I
people
guess
all
you
the
could
time.
say that. Yeah, like I was saying a little bit earlier before you joined, I was thinking about maybe doing like mystery guests, and maybe talking to someone and then bringing them in, and just something different.
Yeah, yeah. I enjoy Brands Hangouts, but yeah, there are times when that happens. Whenever I'm just like, man, it's just the same people in here all the time. I mean, it's. I mean, there was a couple times when there was a
Yeah,
couple different people, but for the most part, it's just the same.
yeah,
Give or take 5 or 6 people.
yeah. And then the same thing is that the same question gets asked over and over and over again, and sometimes they stay with the same answer, sometimes they change it up and give a different answer, and you know,
Right.
and I did a video call with Sergeant Markins and 13 Here Comes the Sun and a couple other people, and from what Sergeant Markins was telling me that you got to be a moto vlogger and you also have to be funny in order to join Brand's Hangout live.
Oh
So
man, you have to be a moto vlogger and you have to be funny. Well, I made one video. That does not make me a moto vlogger. It depends on how much alcohol I drink, but I can be a very, very funny
yeah.
person.
Yeah, I saw that. Was it the other night? You're drinking.
Oh yeah, I drink. I might have a drinking problem.
Yeah, I would say that with my friend. He likes to go out and drink a lot.
Oh hell, I'm drinking right now. I'm drinking a Budweiser right now. I'm on my, I don't know, fourth one tonight, but it's not really doing anything for me.
Yeah, I just haven't been out to the grocery store to buy anything, and just I just rather be out riding than drinking.
We're in the middle of that snowstorm zone or whatever, where they're saying getting 6 to 12 inches of snow or whatever. Everyone at my local Walmart was freaking out. They're like, "We need to get bread and milk, bread and milk." So I go through the beer aisle. I'm like, "I'm getting cases of beer. Fuck the bread and milk."
You should just went ahead and bought a keg.
Oh, no doubt. Except I wouldn't have a way to keep it. Well, I guess I could get a couple bags of ice and put it in a bathtub or something. I don't know. I've done that before at a couple parties.
Yeah, yeah, but it's just amazing on how the word goes out of snow and people freak out. And I don't freak out when people call snow because there's times where they call for snow and we don't get anything.
Yeah, yeah, that's what they're calling. They're calling tomorrow night like 6 to 12 inches here in Ohio, and I call bullshit on it. I don't think it's going to be that bad. We might get a couple inches. We might not get any at all. It might just rain ice forever. Either way, I can't ride in it. It's going to be too cold next week to ride, and next weekend I'm going to Mexico, so I don't even give a shit.
Yeah, I mean I've been seeing that too because each time I see it on my Facebook on the weather and stuff, Northern Virginia is like right there in the pink, and they're calling for like 6 to 12, 9 to 12. Um, so yeah, we're probably going to get hit if we get hit with it.
Yeah, no doubt. It's yeah, it's going to be definitely a lot of snow in most parts. I don't know what I'm going to get around here, but whatever, I'll deal with it.
Yeah.
I've dealt with the whole winter. It's been pretty ridiculous. I finally got a bike, and it's not even titled yet, so I can't ride anyways.
Yeah, yesterday I finally got my bike fixed, tires and um, inspection and everything yesterday, and then I realized that I forgot that I needed to redo my uh, tags on the bike, and I went ahead and went to the DMV today, and well, with me being a day late for being, for being March 1st, they charged me an extra $10 for being late.
You gotta love that. Here in Ohio, I gotta have a vehicle identification number inspection for to title it because it came from Pennsylvania. But yeah, it's I've got a whole
Now, did you go
paper
and
trail
get it?
going. What's that?
So did you go and pick it up, or did you have someone deliver it? Did you go pick it up, or did you have someone come and deliver it to you?
I went and picked it up in a pickup truck.
Oh, okay.
In fact, in the video I put up, that little Dodge flat black Dodge pickup that's sitting in my driveway in that video, that's a truck I used.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's kind of a small truck compared to mine.
No doubt, you ought to have seen us try and put that
That's
500
like
pound bike in there.
it couldn't have been that difficult.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to close the tailgate. We got it
You
though.
just turn the bike sideways and have it going like, oh, well, as long as you had it,
Yeah.
you should try. You should try seeing me trying to put my bike on my truck. Mine's a Dodge Ram 1500, and the ass end sticks so far up the air, you ain't gonna have a bunch of people lifting up on the back of the tailgate on that one.
Oh yeah. I don't think I could get a bike up into a bed of a truck like that. I picked my old 454 LTD up. Me and the two guys that were buying it, they uh they were like, let's just pick this bike up and put it in the bed. And I'm like, how the hell are we gonna pick up this bike weighs 400 pounds? But we did it. No, I'll be damned, we did it. Hey, give me like 5 minutes or so. I'll be right back. I just gotta grab some more alcohol because I'm an alcoholic.
Well, go ahead and grab me one and drink it for me.
All right, I'm gonna drink you 3, but I'll be right back. All right, I'm back in.
Alrighty.
So
So,
what's
so what
new
do you
with you?
mostly drink, beer or liquor?
Well,
Oh,
yeah, we got a lag problem going on or something. I don't know, but mostly beer because it doesn't make me sick.
mostly
But
beer.
yeah, I don't know what's with the lag in here. It's like
Yeah, to answer
we
your
don't.
question,
Go ahead though. Go
yeah,
ahead.
I mean, it ain't gonna be perfect. um, but yeah, there ain't much here for me. I mean, I just went out for a ride myself just to get the new tires, warmed up, and and get some of that grease that are on the new tires wore down a little bit.
No, I hear you there. That's pretty cool. You know, I like to break in some new tires. I've got a new tire on the front of mine, and I can't do anything with it. It's a garage queen at the moment.
Nothing wrong with that. Just sit back and enjoy the view of it in the garage.
Oh, I can't just do that. I've thrown about 8 coats of wax on that thing. It looks immaculate.
Can you slide over the hood of it and be like the Dukes of Hazzard?
Yeah, just a good old boy. Oh, that is some good shit. That's some funny shit
Yeah,
there.
that's the one thing. Yeah, that's what I do like about brand shows. Sometimes it can be so hilarious that you cannot stop laughing,
I
especially
hear
with
you.
Notorious Bunny's infamous pillow there.
Yeah, yeah, the dick pillow, that shit cracks me up. I like when Kate Voice was doing the Christopher Walken impressions, and he was singing for Bren's charity. That was funny. If I had money, I would have paid him to do a lot more.
Oh, yeah, same here. Yeah, it is amazing on how realistic his voice sounds like Christopher Walken's.
I wish I could do voices better. I can only do a couple.
uh, Shoot, the only voice I can do is Carmen. Do you respect my authority? That's about all I can do.
Oh, Peter, that tickles me in ways that if Loretta tickled me in that way, I say, oh yeah, that's nice.
I can do Cleveland, but that's about it. I can't really do a whole lot more than that. Yeah, fun
So,
stuff.
when you start motovlogging, go ahead.
No, you were asking me a question. I was just it's the lag.
Um, well, what I was asking is, when you start motovlogging, is there anything you're going to start motovlogging about, or are you just kind of going to wing it, or?
I think I'm pretty much just gonna do what comes to my mind. I've got a couple set things that I'm going to vlog about, such as the history of Ohio, hauntings of Ohio, and stuff like that. Because I'm real into the paranormal. I'm real into construction. So I mean, I'll go into the history, how houses are built and stuff back in the day, because you can still see a lot of the original houses that still stand around here, as I'm sure you do still have them in Virginia. But stuff like that, and pretty much things that come to
Yeah.
me. How about you?
Um, right now, I have no idea where I'm going to go with my vlogging. I guess it just kind of depends on what comes to me. Right now, I'm just working on getting a camera for my helmet right now.
Oh, okay. So you're still in the stage of getting a camera. Okay, that's cool. What do you think about getting?
Well, I don't really have any choices, but right now I'm looking at getting the GoPro Hero 3.
That's what I use. I love it. Yeah,
But yeah,
it's
as
a good
far
camera.
as what I'm going to be vlogging about, huh?
That's a good camera. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to be vlogging about. I guess it just really depends on what comes to me. Um, you know, maybe I might between now and until the time I get a camera, maybe I might think of something specific to vlog about.
Right, right. That'd be, I've got ideas and plans, but I really highly doubt that I'll follow them. That's just gonna just come to me as I go, I'm sure.
Yeah. but like I was saying before you came on, I mean, all these moto vloggers that's been coming out, and they've all asked questions or answered questions, and it's almost like, okay, you got to come up with something new. You don't want to come up with something that someone already else has answered unless you got a different opinion about it.
Right. I feel the same way. I think I've seen questions come up a million freaking times, and it's ridiculous. I mean, I just saw one today. I'm not going to name, who it was, but it's been answered by like 15 different moto vloggers. Like, how do you convince your parents to buy a let you get a motorcycle? I'm like, do any of you still live with your parents? Because I don't. But whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go ahead and answer that question because, I mean, I've never answered it. I've always had I never lived with my dad. I lived with my mom, uh, and even my relatives, they're always saying, don't get a bike, you're going to hurt yourself, they're dangerous, and this and that. And so for years after I graduated, I never got a bike. And when I turned 27, I was like, this is it. I mean, I might die tomorrow or whenever. I'm going to go ahead and take the MSF course. I'm going to get a bike. I'm going to ride. And my mom loaned me the money, and she really didn't think anything bad about it. I mean, she just kept telling me to be careful, and which really blew my mind because she was kind of against it at first too. So
Yeah, my parents when I was growing up, they were against that. They were against me getting a motorcycle. I never really brought it up to them, but my brother did too, and they did not agree with it at all. But whenever I moved out, I wasn't even, when I was 20, it was 2 years after I moved out. Um, I went out and just bought one. I didn't tell them for like a month. They never even knew about it for like a month, and then I just showed up to their house. Oh, you bought a motorcycle? Whatever. They
yeah,
did
see,
they did
when
tell
I
me to
bought
make them.
mine, I was planning on buying it from the deal.
Go ahead, go ahead. Yeah, my fault.
Um, when I was going to the dealership to buy my bike, I was having the intention that I was going to be able to buy it and take it home without getting it registered and tags and title. Um, you know, that way I can learn on my back roads before I can go ride. Well, they said that they need to have insurance. So that's when I was telling you the other day on the questions that they had a Geico that I called and Progressive. And Geico wanted $4,000 a year for full coverage, and they wanted like $506 down. And I was like, yeah, that's way too far fetched for me. And then when I called Progressive and they said 2,000, I was like, yeah.
Dear God, that's a lot of money. I'm I got quoted
Oh
for the
yeah.
bike that I just bought, and it's $70 a year. That's Geico.
See, you're also looking at a more older bike, and it's not really a sports bike, so it's more of I want to say it's a cruiser, but it's not a cruiser. I want to say like a more sport touring, maybe.
Yeah, Sportatorium would be the correct class
As you
that
said,
would fall in.
yeah. So that's another thing that plays into factor is what type of bike you actually get.
Yeah, I was looking at a couple super sports, but for the factor of the insurance, the price, the popularity, all that other stuff, I just saw it'd be easier to get a sport touring bike. I mean, they don't go nearly as fast, but I don't really go any faster than 100, so it doesn't really do anything for me.
Um, yeah. Another thing was when I did the progressive when I bought my bike, I actually went to the their building, and the lady there said that, well, why don't you get a Harley? It was cheaper insurance. I was like, because I didn't want a Harley. I was like, really? And then I got my friend who used to ride Harleys, and he used to have a Honda Goldwing, he keeps pushing me to buying a Harley. I mean, there's a few Harleys that I don't mind having, but I don't want to go for a Harley because everywhere you go, everybody's got a Harley.
I'm really opinionated about Harleys. I can't stand them. I have my buddy's 1200 Sportster for like almost an entire summer. He's like, I need somewhere to store this. I'm going to be out of town. I need someone to store it so you can ride it as much as you want. Just don't wreck it and don't let anyone steal it. So I kept it in my garage, and I rode it a lot, and it got lots of attention, and it was loud, and it made loud noises, and it I don't know, it was just weird, but it wouldn't even break 100 miles an hour. I'm like, good God, this thing's a 1200. It weighs like 700 pounds, and it can't break 100 miles an hour. My 454 LTD, is a 450cc, is basically a dumbed down Ninja 500, and it would whip that Harley's ass and back every day.
Yeah. I mean, I would give it to Harley because they got that low-end torque. They might get you on the line, but as far as distance-wise, a sports bike or a leader bike can just pass them.
Oh yeah, that 454 LTD I have was fast. They quoted that thing for doing 11 seconds in the quarter mile. If you Wikipedia it, I guess that's what it says. But it was quick. I mean, that thing was real easy to break traction at a red light if you took off too fast.
Yeah. Well, let me ask your opinion. I know in Brand's group, a lot of them did not like it, but I'd like to get your opinion on the Can-Am Spiders.
I'd actually like the opportunity to ride one before I gave my opinion on it, but if I had to give my opinion basically just solely on seeing them and seeing them out on the road and how they handle, I probably wouldn't own one because I just enjoy being on two wheels. That's why I got a motorcycle. I mean, if I have a car, I can be on four wheels, which is almost identical to three, but if people want to ride them, more power to them. We live in America. They're free to do what they want.
Yeah. See, I really like the look of them, and just like what you just said, that you would like to have the opportunity to ride one. I think if I actually rode one, my opinion about them might either stay the same or change. But as far as right now, I kind of like the look of them.
They do look nice. They look very sporty. And that you can pick them out of a crowd. That's for sure. They stand out. They're fast too, from what I've heard. But I mean, I haven't rode one, so I don't know anything about them really.
Yeah, because I think the closest dealership that has them in my area, I have to drive up to Berkeley Springs, West Virginia, which is about maybe a 45, maybe 50-minute ride. You know, I mean, that's the closest dealer that has them around here.
Wow, that's a heck of a drive. That's a drive for me. Berkeley Springs is a good ways away from me. I'm up around the Wheeling area, so I'm northern Panhandle.
Yeah, I've actually got some family that lives in Ohio. They live up there in Perry.
Oh, okay, that's not that far from me. I mean, that's about an hour and a half, maybe. Depends on how fast you're driving, I guess.
Oh, okay. Yeah. um, I was actually up there to visit my aunt a couple years ago, and when we were up there, we went up there to see the Cleveland Indians.
Oh yeah, yep. I've been up to Cleveland too many times. That place is dangerous sometimes if you're there at night.
Yeah, from what I saw, the direction where we were coming from, I mean, all you saw was like run down, beated up buildings that were kind of like boarded up, and it just looked like an episode on TV from Detroit.
Yeah, no doubt. If you want to visit some of the worst, most rundown, crime-ridden cities in the United States, then Ohio is your state. But if you run into the smaller areas, like my area, just west of Wheeling, West Virginia, it's really peaceful and nice, and there's scenery, and then there's farms and all that stuff. It's really nice out here. But then you get in the bigger cities. I've almost had a car stolen at Columbus 3 times in the same day. That was a terrible place to be.
Oh God. Um. So, have you done any like long distance riding?
Um, I've ridden probably, I think, about 200 miles from my home, which is, just past Columbus, closer to Dayton, Ohio, which is almost over by Indiana. Um, but other than that, I never really took long trips because I've always had smaller displacement bikes where if I'm on the highway, I'd be revving 9,000 RPMs, and that's uncomfortable on the wrist for long periods of time. So with this bike, though, I'm thinking about taking it down in North Carolina this summer.
Well, that's good. That's really good. Um. Yeah, I'm thinking about taking a nice little trip up to New York, um, and hopefully when Brand decides when she's going to do her charity ride, I want to ride down to it.
Yeah, I'd probably ride down there if she was having a charity ride down there. And she's from Atlanta, isn't she? I know she's from Georgia. I just don't know what part.
From watching a lot of her videos, it's like an hour and a half south of Atlanta.
Oh, okay. It's probably around the Macon area then.
Yeah, but I was hoping to get my secondary bike. I was planning on getting a Victory cross country. That's was my second bike I was trying to get towards to make that kind of a trip.
Thumbs up to you, buddy. Those Victory cross countries are awesome, awesome, awesome bikes. A buddy of mine has one, and
Oh
they look
yeah,
they look kind of like a spaceship, but they are fantastic bikes. They are very comfortable. They're very smooth, and they sound awesome.
yeah. My dealership had the matte orange 2013, and it was like the only color of that year, and it's hard to find it because everybody wants it.
Yeah, that you were saying, yeah, lime green. They had one down at my local Victory shop. I've got a Victory shop that's 3 or 4 miles from my house, and they had one that was green like that. It was lime green, but it had like as flames and silver, but it was like a metallic like paint job. It was sweet looking.
Oh yeah, yeah. Um, I know there's another bike that was rare. It came out in 2009, and when I saw it, I was thinking about getting it. It's the Honda DN01. It's an automatic transmission. Um, but the thing of it is, they only made it for that 1 year, and the problem of that is a lot of people I've been seeing lately have been selling it. You're going to run into the problems that if you have a breakdown, it's going to be hard to find parts for.
Yeah, it probably would be hard. There's a lot of bikes out there really hard to find
Yeah,
find parts for.
yeah, just like Notorious Bunny saying that her Buell's not a Harley Davidson. Wrong, it is.
Yeah, Buell is, and her year was owned by Harley, so it is a product of Harley Davidson. They split off and did their own thing there for a little bit, and now they're out of business. That went real well for them. But um, those old Buell Blasts though, that what she's got, the 500cc, those things are pretty bulletproof. You really can't break them.
Yeah, see, I'm not much onto those, so I really don't know um, what they're like, or if they're really any good.
My brother-in-law's into Buells. He's got an XB1 Lightning. It's got a B twin. It's ballsy as hell, but he's real into Buells, so I guess I pick up knowledge from him on them. But yeah, this 500cc ones, them little single-cylinder monsters, them things, they're pretty bulletproof. Just like a lot of the single cylinders, like the Suzuki Boulevard S40 or the Savage 650, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, and that's another thing. There's so many bikes out there. It's you really got to sit on them and try them out before you can figure if you like them, and you need to really do your research on how reliable they are before get a bike.
No doubt, you do have to. I did a lot of research on that Bandit before I bought it, and I've known about Bandits for years. I mean, I've always thought it'd be kind of cool to have one of those because it's like it's ballsy, but it's not too ballsy, and it looks sweet. And I mean, super sports are awesome and all. A lot of people have super sports. I've always been more original, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah. That's everybody around here. They all go for the Honda CBR 600s and the R6s and the R1s. And the Kawasaki's. You really don't see that many Suzuki Gixxers around here.
Gixxers are a disease in my area. And there's so many Gixxers in this valley, in the Ohio Valley, it's totally ridiculous. And I'll tell you what, that has been probably coming in second to alcoholism, the cause of death in people under 25. I'm telling you that much. Those bikes, especially like the Gixxer thousands, it's just too much power. People are killing themselves. They don't know how to handle that crap.
Yeah, see, I had an uncle before I got a bike was telling me because of how muscular and my size that I needed to start off on like an 1,000 or like 1,100 cruiser. And with doing a lot of research, I was like, man, he is nuts. I mean, I would kill myself, being a new rider on something like that.
Yeah, I agree. Starting out on something too big can be a really, really, really bad thing, but starting out on something too small can definitely get you bored real, real quick. But I'm gonna jump off here for like 1 second. I just gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back.
Ready?
I just realized these Google Plus Hangouts are a lot like being a truck driver. You got to have your own little personal refrigerator next to you to hold all of your drinks, and then you have to have a gigantic bottle to pee in because you're not allowed to stand up.
Yeah. That's like was it the episode of Home Improvement when Tim Allen decided to do the man's bathroom to where he could sit on a john, watch TV, drink beer, and use the bathroom and everything by just sitting on the john.
I remember that shit. That's funny stuff, man. Oh, that's good shit.
Yeah, I'm really glad I have this 600 Gixxer. But with that power mode, I mean, it really takes you from a beginner and on, because you can go from little bit of power and good fuel economy to more power and less fuel economy. So you can really learn and grow with the bike.
Yeah, I've heard of that on the Gixxers where they have a like a dual power setting. I don't know anything about that. Is it like electronic, or is it like I don't know, is it kind of like a dual range transmission, how that works?
Um, I'm not exactly sure, but when you first start the bike up, it's automatically in a certain power mode, and on the right hand grip, there is a switch up and down, and you hold that down until your power mode comes on, and you have A, B, and C. And you once you get it come on, you set it to where you want it. Now C is more like your low power, better fuel economy, and then your A is your complete opposite. You're getting more power and torque, but less fuel.
Okay. Well, it probably runs off it's probably electric. It's probably an electric system. But yeah, I mean that's a neat feature to have on your bike. Because I mean I know my Bandit doesn't have that. I mean I just you go as fast as you twist your wrist.
Yeah,
Yeah, I just realized
I
something.
think the fastest I've gotten it.
No, go ahead.
What's that?
Go ahead with what you were saying. I'll tell you in a
Um,
second.
I don't know what power mode I was in, but I did get my bike up to 116 miles an hour. But I mean, I was like leaning down, and I don't know if it's because of me being big or what. If that this was the top speed I can get it, but it just that's just enough for me to ride on. You don't need something that goes 200 miles an hour.
I could agree with you there. I never go over 100 really. I mean, I've had my old 454 LTD. I've had that over 100, and you know what? I mean, I've got kids and an old lady and a house. I don't need to be dying. I mean, I don't need to be going that fast. It's kind of ridiculous. People that are going, $150, $160 or plus. That's just one false move and it's all over. It only takes a split second.
Yeah.
But what I realized is
Now, what were you?
what I realized was it was instead of the Bermuda Triangle, we have the Suzuki Triangle. I'm up in Ohio. Blackjack 41's over in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and then you're down in Virginia. So we connect the triangle. It is not the Bermuda Triangle. It is the Suzuki Triangle.
Yeah. There's really nothing wrong with the Suzuki.
No, I don't see why everybody hates on them. I really don't. Like everyone's like, boo Katana, boo Gixxer, and I'm like, you're still on two wheels. I might not like Harleys,
Yeah.
but if there's a Harley rider, I wave to them. I wave to people on scooters. I wave to people on razor scooters. Haha, fun totally intended.
Yeah, same here. As long as you're on two wheels, I wave to you. But I've waved to so many scooters and they never wave back, so I just don't even wave to them anymore.
Yeah, the scooter guys don't wave to me either, but I usually just give them the devil horns and, just keep going about my day thinking, I hope they saw that.
I mean, I've even waved at, I guess, I mean, I don't know if they were riding Harleys, but I would think that they were. But, I'd be waving at cruisers, and a lot of times I don't get any waves. But someone told me, they go, well, the cruiser guys are on their own. If you're not riding a cruiser, then they don't want to wave to you. But when you come against another rider who's on a cruiser and they're willing to wave to a crotch rocket, vice versa, now that's what you call a true rider, maybe brotherhood like. I don't know how you want to.
Yeah, yeah, I've seen a lot of people that'll wave to, they'll wave back regardless of what you're riding or, whatever. But the Harley riders used to give me the wave when I rode a 250 Rebel. Now, come on. I mean, if you're not going to wave to a crotch rocket, don't ever wave to a 250 Rebel, because that's the best of both worlds. It's a Japanese cruiser that's tiny as crap. It doesn't deserve that much respect. I mean, wave to the crotch rocket, guys.
Yeah, yeah, because the 250 is not going to be able to keep up with a cruiser or a crotch rocket. I mean, they're only going to top out so fast.
I always had my little 250 clean. I mean, clean. It looked really nice all the time. Like, all the chrome on it was all shined up and everything else. And there was a couple people that would stop me every now and again from a distance, and they'd say, "Is that a Sportster?" And I'm like, "No, fuck no, it's not a Sportster. What the hell's wrong with you?" I even had I've said this
Yeah,
I've said this probably 4 times in the last couple days, but a guy came up to me one time and said, "Is that a Sportster?" And I said, "No, it's a Honda." And he says, "Is it a Shadow?" I'm like, "Oh my God, it says Rebel on the side of the tank." But and then he started babbling on about how he had a Harley Sportster 750, and I'm thinking to myself the whole time, I'm like, they never made that. What the hell's wrong with you? You got, I don't know. This is just fucking stupid people.
Now, what would you say about what they were talking in their hangouts about when someone asked you about how much you paid for it? Would you classify that as a I don't know how Brand put it, but would you classify as I don't know what I'm trying to say here, um, as rude?
No, I don't think asking somebody what they paid for the bike is rude. Perhaps. I mean, maybe it's rude if you paid a shit ton of money for your bike. I'll tell you right now, I bought that Suzuki Bandit 600 with 17,000 miles on it, with a brand new Michelin Pilot on the front that runs absolutely flawlessly and sounds awesome and doesn't have a mark on it, for $1,500.
Yeah, I paid a lot more for mine, and it was used.
I went in with cash. I got my
I
tax return
see.
and went and bought it.
Yeah, I basically ended up getting a personal loan out for mine. I got mine at was it 2011, and mine's an '09, so it was about 2 years old, and it only had 6,700 miles on it, and the dealership wanted um, 7,000 for it. And over the last 3 years, I've put at least a good 15, 17,000 miles on it in the last 3 years.
There you go. Ride the crap out of it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I put 10,000 on my old 454 LTD before I got rid of it. But to answer your question in short, no, I don't think it's rude to ask people what they paid for their bike. I mean, I think it's a going bike thing. I've always had a lot of people ask me what I paid for my bikes in the past, and, well, to be honest, the bike that's most expensive I bought is this Suzuki Bandit. The rest of my bikes were under $1,000.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't see where it's that big of a deal. I mean, you can go someplace and buy a used bike for really cheap and it still runs, or you can go to a dealership and buy a used bike or a new bike, and you know, um, I mean, the only bike I think that really is more expensive is like your BMWs, and depending on what type of Harley, I mean, you're going to look at brand new in the $20,000 range.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, those Harleys are up in the $20,000 range, and that's I wouldn't even spend more than $5 grand on a car, so I'm definitely not gonna do that. But you can come by a really great bikes for very cheap. I mean, it could be as simple as it may need a simple cosmetic restoration, which is what I did to that 454 LTD. I bought that bike. It looked like crap, but it ran like hell. It ran awesome. But I waxed it up, painted a couple spots, threw some new turn signals on it, threw some new gauges on it, and all that other stuff, all cosmetic. I fixed the seat, had a couple tears in it. I paid $800 for that bike, and I turned around. I sold it for $1,500, and the Honda Rebel was an '05, and it was in immaculate condition, and that dude just didn't know what he had and sold it to me for $900. It only had 2,000 miles on it.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with that. My one friend I was telling you about that had that 600 Honda Shadow. Before he got that bike, I took him down to this small dealership in my area, and they had was it a 1996 Honda? I mean, not Honda. Harley Davidson 883, and he had 13,000 miles on it, and he said that's too many miles. I was like, dude, look at the math. That's no miles on a bike for that old.
No doubt. I mean, hell, I've had bikes. My current bike now has 17,000 miles on it, and that's nothing. That is absolutely nothing. Go check out Baker X Derek's channel, and his bike's got like 56,000 miles on it. And it runs perfect.
Yeah, that right there is basically starting to get into some miles there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 56,000 miles on his ZX6R, his 636, and I mean, hell, he's probably got a good bit left to go if he treats it right. He had an oil leak with it, I heard on one of his videos, but he gets that taken care of and keeps the oil changed and keeps everything good. I could see that bike lasting up to 100.
Yeah, the bike's just like a car as long as you keep it upkeeps and maintain. I mean, I've actually heard people saying that bikes nowadays can get up to was it 100,000 miles or a million miles or something like that.
Yeah, they can run forever. I mean, I've known people that have had. In fact, I knew someone with a Honda Rebel. Now, don't tell me. Don't ask me how someone that owned a little 250 Rebel rode 100,000 miles on that thing, because they're uncomfortable and they're slow as shit. But he put 100,000 miles on it, and it ran fine. It was an '86 model, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't do all of that at once. I mean, that's you're talking over a year's time.
No doubt, but that's a long time to be riding on a Rebel. I rode on one for a year, and I was like, I need to get rid of this thing. I mean, you'd have it, it would tap out at 65, 70 miles an hour, and things are slower and shit.
Yeah.
What you started out on?
Yeah, I think a lot of the people nowadays.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It was you started
yeah,
out on.
just just go ahead. Go ahead.
You started out on your GSXR 600, right?
Right.
Okay, that's the only thing that I needed to confirm through all that, but the lag was making it hell on us. I'm sorry, sir.
uh, Yeah, I think what a lot of these people, as a beginner rider looking for their first bikes, they don't do enough research. They tend to jump too far ahead of themselves, and they get a bike that's not what they really want. Like my friend bought that 600 Shadow. He thought that was going to be enough power, but after riding it just for just a tiny bit, he realized it's not enough power for him to pass other vehicles on the highway. So you really want to get something that's going to give you enough power to do that, because otherwise you're just going to be buying bikes, trading them, trying to find something you like.
Right, I totally agree with that. There was a 600 Shadow is what I learned how to ride on. It was my buddy's bike, and I mean I rode the crap out of that thing for a really long time, and I never took it on the highway, so I really never knew about its higher speed capabilities or any of that stuff. I always keep it around 40 miles an hour. They're a fun bike, but yeah, I mean on the highway, when I rode with my buddy, they're really not that fast on the highway, and they can't pass people. So I understand where you're coming from there. I think a lot of people just don't do they don't do their proper research into what kind of bike to get for themselves. They don't know what they want to get in terms of a sport bike or a cruiser or whatever. And when it comes to the smaller CC classes, I think that's all they got is sport bikes and cruisers. And then they go and buy something like a Rocketta 250, whatever they are, the JL 250 crotch rockets, and they break down on them, and then they get pissed off and never ride a bike again, and then they wasted their whole life.
Yeah. When I was in the dealership yesterday, this gentleman, and I guess his wife, I guess is who it was. He was a pretty tall guy, and she was really short. I mean, she was probably maybe 5 foot, and she had really short legs, and she was. We got her to sit down on one of them. I guess it was a Shadow 250, and she couldn't quite flat-foot it, but someone her size, that would have been a good bike for her to start on. Um, I don't know how well she would have done with the Kawasaki 300s, but I think that might have been a little bit too far stretch for her.
Yeah, most of the sport bikes have a higher seat height than the cruisers. I know my Honda Rebel, my knees were parallel with my lap whenever I was riding that bike. I'm 6 foot even. I mean, that bike was just too small for me. It kind of looked like I was riding a Hot Wheels motorcycle.
Yeah.
But I think,
I mean, I'm 5'11".
yeah, I just think that that people saying that 250 is the best way to go when you're learning how to ride, because that is not necessarily the truth. A 250 is really either made for someone that's just commuting or something, or trying to save on gas. And it is made to be a learner's bike for probably people that are smaller and stuff. But I started on that 600 Shadow, and I was fine. I was fine on that thing, and then I got the 250 Rebel because I was like, all right, sweet, it's like super light, and I can really learn how to do stuff. And all I did was get bored with it. Now, I mean, we're talking cruisers here. That, of course, the like the CBR 250s, Ninja 250s, they're a little bit faster than the cruiser 250s.
Yeah. Um, like I was saying, I mean, I'm 5'11", and I feel very comfortable on my bike. I mean, I can flat foot it, and I can, I feel nice and comfortable. But now, I went to a Triumph dealership and actually got to sit on one of the um, Triumph 675R. Um, I didn't quite flat foot it, but I wasn't tiptoeing on it either. So that one had more of a higher seat than what mine is. And that's the reason why I asked Fran if she did anything to do any adjusting on her seats, because I know she's not that tall.
She might not look that tall in her videos, but in real life, she's as tall as a women's NBA player. No, No. I don't know anything about the Triumphs. I don't know anything about the Triumphs in terms of seat height. That new bike of mine, I was actually surprised because it is a sportier bike and it has a higher seat height. I can actually bend my knees when I'm sitting on it. So, I mean, heck, I don't know if there's anything I can't ride because of height.
Yeah. I mean, even if a beginner rider, uh, actually, I mean, depending on their size and their weight, I would more or less suggest a beginner rider starting on like something like what you have, like a 500 sport touring bike, or um, like the Suzuki's, was it the 650, which doesn't have as much torque as a sports bike, but you're more of an upright position. And I think something like that would be a great bike for a beginner.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that the Suzuki GSF 650s or the older ones like mine, a 600, they would be great beginner bikes. I think the best, in my opinion, would be if someone's starting to ride and they're an average human being, at least between 5'9", 5'11", maybe 6 foot, and they're about 150, 160 pounds, which is skinny as fuck. But we'll go by that as average. A Ninja 500 or any 500cc twin, or possibly a couple of 600cc four cylinders like the Bandit, um, or the FZ6R. Maybe not even the FZ6R, the FZ6. Even the FZ8 might be a good starter bike for somebody that's an average size, between that.
Yeah, like ramekins.
Right, exactly. I was actually looking at getting an FZ6R last year, and I was like, I can't believe I'm going to buy a brand new bike. And then I was like, you know what, fuck that. I'm going to go buy a used one.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that. I mean, technically, my bike was not new, but it looked like it was brand new because there was no scratches, no dents, no nothing, and it barely had any miles on it. Um, I mean, I kind of hate the fact that I've already put it down the day that I got it, but you definitely, as a new rider, want to buy something used. It's just like a car. When you first get your driver's license, you're either going to wreck it or something bad's going to happen. It's better to wreck or damage something that's already old than getting something new and, like me, um, wrecking it, and then you're like all mad because it's brand new and you've already scratched it up.
Yeah, no doubt. Um, First car I had, I wrecked it. Second car I had, I wrecked it. First bike I had, I dropped it. Well, I didn't drop it. I was trying to motocross it. It was a 250, the 250 Rebel, and I lived on a hill, and I drank one too many beers, and well, one thing led to another, and I tried to jump it over a hill and wrecked it, but it wasn't bad. All I did was bend a handlebar, so I just bent it back with a hammer and a vise, whatever. But and my 454 LTD, I dropped it once in my driveway because grass was wet, and I was trying to get it across the grass, and dropped it in the grass and bent the handlebar a little bit. But yeah, I mean, your first bike or your first car, it's inevitable. You're gonna wreck it, or you're gonna damage it in some way, shape, or form. It's never gonna be perfect forever.
Yeah. Um, I'll tell you a little story. Uh, I got done riding one day, and I went to go put my bike in the garage. I put the kickstand down, and no more than maybe 5, 10 seconds later, that kickstand kicked right back up, and the bike fell over. I was like, "Are you serious?" I was like, "Man,
Oh man, that sucks, dude. That sucks. I've never had that happen to me before, but I have a funny story. And just this is disclaimer alert, disclaimer alert. I do not condone drinking and riding at all, and I don't do it anymore. Um, but um, I rode on my 250 Rebel. I mean, granted, I'm on a 250 Rebel, and I had been at the bar, and I was not well. I was inebriated, if you will, and rode all the way to my house. I have this big, huge gravel driveway, well, at my old house, not in my new house. My old house, I had this big, huge gravel driveway, and it was really intimidating to all my biker friends, and they'd be like, I don't even want to pull up in your driveway. So I haul ass up that little driveway, you know, and I was even hammered, and I didn't even care. It was whatever. I haul ass right up the driveway. I got to the top of the driveway, put my bike in its parking space, and I got off that bike, and what did I forget? That goddamn kickstand.
Mm.
It laid right down. And I left it. I left it there because I was drunk.
That's another thing to add to the things not to do. That's like on Fast and Loud. You don't drink and drive. You don't drink and buy cars, and you definitely don't drink and ride.
And you don't drink and date women. That's a terrible idea. Because your standards automatically drop by the first beer, and by the time you're on the 10th beer, you're like, I don't even care. There's a hole in there somewhere.
Oh, but you regret it in the morning.
It all depends if she's wearing makeup or not.
Thank goodness I yeah, thank goodness I haven't had to deal with that.
I don't have any stories for that one. I might be a raging alcoholic at times. Well, this is more recent, but you know, I don't have any stories as for waking up next to random women. Sometimes I wish I did, because they do make for an interesting topic.
I said something to a guy at the bike shop yesterday. One of the guys ended up getting a bunch of Mountain Dews, and he started giving them out. And I don't like Mountain Dew. It's too sweet and too sugary. And I was like, only rednecks drink Mountain Dew.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's the truth. I think I don't like much soda. If I'm gonna choose a soda, it's gonna be vanilla Coke all the way. But yeah, Mountain Dew's for rednecks. That's all there is to it. I mean, I've drank it before. I used to be, you know, addicted to it in high school, but that's just because it was the cool thing to do. But now I'm addicted to alcohol like everybody else is that I graduated with.
That's the truth.
Oh yeah.
That's what my mom told me when I started, you know, buying beer. You know, I would buy like a 6-pack for like 2 weeks straight. She's like, "You better stop that. You're gonna turn into an alcoholic." I was like, "Mom, I don't drink that much." And after that, I went for like a good 2 months before I drank another beer. So I just couldn't believe she said that.
Oh man, I've got so many drinking stories. Oh my God. There was a time I drank a whole bottle of McMaster's. It was a fifth of McMaster's. That's Canadian whiskey, eh? But yeah, I drank that whole thing, and I walked 5 miles home, and I don't remember it. Through the ice and the snow, I walked 5 miles home. Didn't have a jacket on. I don't know. I waltzed into my mom's house, and my mom was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" It was like 4 in the morning. And I don't remember any of this, but I don't even think I said anything to her. And all I remember is waking up the next day, and she was like, "You're gonna get your ass kicked if you don't get the fuck out of here." So yeah, I left. I have a lot of funny drinking stories, but we'll save that for some other time. Or if you want to hear them, maybe I'll share some more with you, but I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care either. I mean, I really don't have any amazing stories to really tell either. So, I mean,
What about bike stories? What about your bad experiences on a bike? You ever had any really bad ones?
Yeah, I've had quite a few. Um, like I said, the day that I bought my bike, pulling in my driveway and having the front and rear brakes on and the loose gravel on the main asphalt, putting it down. Um, then one morning I was going to work and I was coming out of my driveway and there's a little small S10 pickup truck, driving slow, and I didn't want to get stuck behind him, so I went ahead and drove and got in front of him. Well, in front of my house, there's like a little small piece of like a grass area. Well, it didn't rain that night, but the grass was still wet from I guess, the moisture overnight. Well, I caught that wet grass and then came onto the road with loose gravel and dropped it again. Um, then another time, I ended up doing basically like a stoppie because people in front of me didn't know what they were doing and they were stopping. So I ended up doing a stoppie and dropped my bike and broke my handlebar.
Yikes. Was that a clip-on handlebar or was that a straight-through handlebar?
Um, it's like an aluminum or alloy, like one piece. I mean, it's not that big. I mean, I had to replace it, but it wasn't too bad. I mean, it's just the whole grip piece, the whole solid aluminum needed to be replaced.
Oh, I got you. I never had to replace any handlebars. I've bent quite a few, but I just take them off, throw them in a vise, and straighten them out. Hit them with a hammer a couple times, and usually throw them back on.
Well, see, I couldn't bend mine back because it was um, the clamp, because the handlebar is one aluminum piece from the handlebar, and it has like a little clamp that clamps around your triple trees, and that clamp was broke, and the only way to fix it was to replace it. There's no way of fixing it unless you had a special welding machine, for aluminum or alloy or whatever it was. That was the only other way to really fix that.
Yeah, I hear you there. Welding aluminum's a bitch.
But I mean, another time I was pointing my uncle's driveway, and he lives right next door, and he has a whole asphalt driveway. And I was doing a slow maneuver, turning my bike around. Well, they say in the course not to brake while you're going around a turn. Well, I was turning the bike, and I was almost getting ready to hit his car, so I put the brakes on. Well, as soon as I did that, the bike stopped, and I dropped the bike.
Yeah, dropping a bike sucks because you're kind of pissed that you didn't get hurt, but the bike sure as hell
Yeah, it
did.
does.
Yeah, I know I've dropped bikes. I've never
Yeah.
really been injured on a bike, but I imagine that if I wrecked it hard and really hurt myself and I woke up in the hospital a couple days later or whatever, then I'd probably feel a little bit better about my bike being in as bad as condition as it is than I would if I just dropped it in the driveway when I was drunk and was like, well, fuck it.
Yeah. I mean, thank goodness. I mean, the most I've actually gotten was a little bit of road rash. I mean, when I got that road rash, I would not ride my bike for a week until I fully healed and felt comfortable. Or you know, if there was damage to the bike to where I couldn't ride it, I'd wait until I came with money to fix it, and I was back out on the road.
You can't beat that, man. I mean, heck, if you can walk away from a crash, I'd say it's pretty good.
Yeah, out of everything to die of, I keep telling everybody this. I'd rather die on my motorcycle doing something that I'm happy and makes me feel good, comparing to all the other ways you can die.
Was Was that an answer to one of the questions that I asked on, I think it was Moto Twitch's Hangout?
I don't know. I didn't watch that.
I asked a question on somebody's Hangout. How would you rather die, in a plane crash, a boat accident, or a motorcycle accident? And everybody said a plane crash. And I'm like, you guys ride bikes. I would rather die having fun for that last moment.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I've been in a plane. Um, I mean, you know you're gonna die. You know, at least with a bike, you're not. To a certain extent, you might know if you're gonna die or not. But if you're gonna die on a bike, most likely it's gonna be instant. You know.
Yeah, it's going to roll up on you. It's just going to be like, surprise, motherfucker.
I just watched a video. I don't know who did it. But they were telling a story about how some guy got killed on a motorcycle. He got his head ran over by a car or something,
That was Adrian Nickelodeon.
and he died in the
AJ.
hospital. Yeah, yeah. Now that was pretty terrible. I knew he wasn't going to make it. As soon as he said that a car ran over his head, there's no way you're going to come back from something like that.
No doubt. And you know what? To be real honest, that kind of crap, it makes me think about the little chances that we take. I actually commented on that, the little chances that we take, in quotes, because I mean we see things like passing somebody in an opposing lane or something like that as a little chance, but it can change from a little chance to a really big chance in an instant, and it can kill you in an instant, as you can see from what his video showed. It's scary stuff if you are even distracted for a second.
Yeah, I mean, just like in a car. I mean, you can die in a car accident just as easy. I mean, yeah, I mean your chances on a motorcycle of wrecking is a lot more greater than a car, but you're still going to have that factor in there of you could easily die.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, you can. If we want to talk about the a million ways that we can die, I mean, I've known people to fall off of bicycles going, real slow, but hitting a bump and falling off, smack their head, and they die. It's real easy to die. It really is. It's hard to stay alive.
Yeah, that blunt force trauma can get you regardless of what it is you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, heck, you take a hard hit to the head, it's usually not going to end out too pretty for you. Either you're going to be hurting, you're going to be hurting for weeks, or you'll be dead.
Yeah. Now you wear your full gear when you ride, right?
Yeah, I've got a helmet that's DOT certified. I don't think it's Snell approved. I really don't think it is. I've got a jacket by T Motorsports, TMS. It's a cheap brand, but I mean, it's armored up. I mean, I'm fully convinced that if I wrecked with that jacket on, I'd be good. And I bought some gloves off of Amazon, and I really can't remember the brand on them, but they're beefy. Like, to say the least, if I punched someone in the head with them, it would be a one-hit knockout. How about you?
Um, when I first got the bike, I didn't have really any money to buy gear. A guy at work sold me his leather motorcycle jacket for $100, which is a good deal because normally you buy one for 300 brand new. I tried wearing it, and after a while, I can't. I don't feel comfortable wearing it because I don't get as much head turn in it. It's like it restricts my head turn. But I love the jacket because it's got that padding. But I tend to find myself only wearing just light, like hoodies, which is really taking a chance if I get into an accident.
Yeah, I'll agree. That's taking a chance. I mean, I can't, if I said that I've never done that, I'd be a hypocrite because I used to ride that 454 LTD. I used to ride with no helmet, no gloves. The only thing I would have on is a leather vest because I thought it looked cool. I looked like one of the people from the Village People. But yeah, it's a big chance to take if you go without even any little piece of gear. I've got boots here that are made for riding. They're not like strictly riding boots, but they're they'd hold up in a crash to say the least.
Yeah, I don't really have any riding boots per se. I've got some like Walmart like steel toe, work boots. Just a steel toe, and it covers my ankle. Yeah, I mean it's probably not the greatest for riding, but I still get that coverage that I would need to protect my ankle. Um, and I've got the gloves and the helmet, but I probably really should get more a more fitting jacket to ride in.
Yeah, I'll agree. I mean, having a jacket is a good thing. Especially, I mean, you get an armored jacket. You don't have to worry about smashing your elbows or your shoulders or even your back. I've got a gigantic back pad in mine that if I got hit in the back, if I skidded down the road on my back, I'm pretty confident that I'd be okay. I think the steel toe boots, though. I mean, I think that's a really good idea. It would it would protect you. I mean, it's not like you need to go buy some $300 boots that are specially made for riding because that's sure as hell not what I did. My boots didn't cost me very much at all, but uh, they do the job. But hey, I'll be right back in 1 second.
All right.
All right, man, I'm back. Sorry about that.
All right. Um, I had a cousin one year for Christmas buy me my first pair of riding gloves. It was the Joe Rockets, $20 pair of gloves. Um, they really did not have that much padding to them. But I also didn't see buying those full protective gloves that go past your wrist. I mean, you're looking at what over $150 for a pair of gloves, and I bought these Olympia gloves for $60, and they've got the hard knuckles on them, and they stop right at the wrist. So they're not the greatest, but they're still better than the Joe Rocket gloves.
Yeah, the gloves I bought, actually I got them sitting right next to me, so I will pull them over here and tell you about them. They stick about maybe an inch past my wrist. They don't even have a brand name on them. What kind of bullshit is that? I don't know. Maybe they got a tag inside of them. No, they don't. This is some, I don't know. It was probably made in freaking Timbuktu or some shit. I don't know. But yeah, it's got the hard knuckles. It's got vents in all the fingers so your hands don't get too hot. You know, they're thinking about comfort. But they've got, it's got pads all over the place. It's got them on the palms. They got, it's. I'm convinced that these would protect my hands in a wreck, and even potentially a fairly serious wreck. They're really nice gloves, and I only paid like $12 for them. And they're free shipping on Amazon. I buy everything off Amazon.
Yeah, you definitely got to look around because I mean, if you go to a dealership, you're going to be paying a little bit more, but you also get the advantage of trying it on and seeing if it fits or how it, you know, um, that way you can tell exactly what size you need. I mean, if you just go onto the website and think, well, oh, well, I wear size medium, well, different companies, their sizes are going to be different, just like your helmets. I mean, not all the helmets are going to be the same size. I mean, I wear an XL in a helmet. I mean, now if I go to like a Shoei or an Airy, I might either be a size larger or a size smaller because it's not going to be the exact same. So it's best to try something out at your local shop before you go online and buy something.
I can agree with you there. They've got different sizings for different companies. Fortunately enough, I think that was my one selling point on those gloves, is they had a sizing chart and they said this is how you are sized, and they gave exact measurements. So I just grabbed the tape measure and I measured my hand, and I was like, well, look at that, I'm a small. So I ordered those gloves. They came and they fit perfect. And my helmet as well. They said this is how our sizing works. So I measured my head. My head was a small. Yes, I wear everything a small. I'm a skinny bastard, but everything works.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that is the way to go. I mean, if you can, find a better deal online, go for it. I mean, as long as you, can measure and or try something out, before you order, power to you.
Yeah, it helps out when they have those scales. But you know, uh, everybody has their expensive helmets. I only paid $60 for mine, and I've actually crashed with one of their. Well, not crashed, but when I was intoxicated riding that little Honda and trying to motocross it, I was wearing one of their helmets, and I smacked my head pretty good, and I didn't die apparently. But I'll buy another one of their helmets. If it saved me from smacking my head as hard as I did that day, then hell, I'll keep buying them.
Yeah, I don't see paying the ridiculous price of some of these top helmets, like your Shoei, your Aries, your HJCs, or whatever, paying four, five, six, even $700 for a helmet. Um, like one of my friends said, I mean, he wears a skull cap. He says it doesn't matter what helmet you wear. If you get into a really severe bike accident, that helmet's not going to save you regardless of what you wear.
Yep. Yep, that's true. I mean, if you get into a bad enough wreck, you're just gonna die. I mean, it doesn't matter what. It doesn't matter if you're wearing the top of the line helmet or not. You're just gonna die. I mean, the point of riding a motorcycle is to not crash, but sometimes that does happen.
Yeah, I mean, even just a cheap helmet, 90 or 100 or $200 helmet can just about save you just as much as like a $400 or $500 helmet will.
Yeah, I could agree with you on that. I mean, I paid 60 for mine, and it's got one, two, three, four, five. It's got 5 vents in it, and it's a dual visor. It's got a clear visor in front, and then you can flip down a shaded visor if the sun's in your eyes and all that. And it works fantastic. It's a great helmet, and it fits great. And I feel secure with it on, and I can mount my GoPro on it. So, I mean, I don't see the point in spending $1 billion on a helmet.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen my review on my helmets, but I've got this Fulmer that I bought. I only paid like $80 for it. And then I bought an HJC Dagger helmet. That was like $80. And then my G-Max is brand new, or 135, and they came with a lot more stuff and better airflow. But you could, I mean, if you found, I mean, you can go on like eBay and you can find them cheap, and especially now because a lot of people don't want to carry them anymore. You can probably find them for, you know, $80 right now on eBay, maybe even cheaper than that.
No doubt. I mean, heck, yeah, $80 isn't a bad price for a helmet. I remember all my buddies, they'd be like,
No.
oh man, we got to ride into West Virginia. We got to wear our helmets and such. And I used to think that way too. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was a squid too, but they'd always be complaining about wearing their helmets in West Virginia. Now I live in Ohio where there's no helmet law, and all my buddies are like, why the fuck do you wear a helmet? And I'm like, because I'm not fucking stupid.
Yeah. I mean, I watched that video from Notorious Bunny about her father, which is a very emotional video, I might add. But she did have a great point how her father only wore a skull cap, and I mean, he might not have been going very fast, but still, he, got road rash on his face and this and that, and if he would have wore a full face, that would have protected more of his face.
I can agree. The half helmets, they don't cut the job. I never saw Bunny's video of that actually. I'll probably have to look that up after this hangout because I haven't really watched a whole lot of her stuff to begin with. But yeah, I'll agree with you. Half helmets are not what they're cut out to be. I actually have a couple of half helmets that I used to wear on the cruisers and stuff, and I just kind of think to myself, why the hell did I ever think that was a good idea?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I've rode on my back road with no gear, no helmet, just a pair of maybe sunglasses and maybe a hat. And it is a different world not wearing a helmet. I mean, you feel so much freer. But do you really want to take that chance of going on a highway and not wearing a full face?
I can I can agree with you on, you don't want to take the chance. You just don't want to take the chance. I rode without a helmet for probably a year, actually. 2 summers ago, I don't think I wore a helmet once. And I can tell you, I hate not wearing a helmet. I do like the fact that you don't look as silly sometimes. If you wear a cool looking helmet, like the one I bought's pretty fucking sweet looking, and it looks a lot better than my ugly ass face, then that's cool. But whenever I was riding without a helmet, the wind blew my contacts out of my eye more than once. And one time I was 70 miles from home, it blew my contact out of my eye, and I couldn't see on the way home. That was fucking terrible. And the fact that you're not protected, the wind sucks, dries your lips out. You have to wear a shit ton of chapstick. You look like a chick, always putting stuff on your lips. I don't know. I think wearing a helmet's just a better idea all around.
Yeah, and what I've also noticed with wearing a full face, especially in the summertime at nights, you get bug guts all over your full face. And I've actually talked to a biker who wears a skull cap, and he says he enjoys eating bugs. I was like, I'm sorry, I don't want to be like, riding down the road and then get hit, with bugs in my teeth, and then go talk to somebody, and you got the bug gut stuck in your teeth.
funny thing about that, yeah, I was riding. It's not about the teeth; it's about the bugs. But I was riding out. I was riding out US 250. I'm pretty sure it runs down through your area. Um, it runs all the way up through Ohio in this area. But I was riding out US 250, and I was probably doing 60 miles an hour on the 454, and I got hit in the forehead with a June bug so damn hard that it split my head open and blood started pouring out. I mean, it was terrible. It felt like somebody shot me in the head with like a BB gun that shot like 8 pellets. It hurt, and I mean there was blood all across my face. It was all over the back of my bike. I mean it split me wide open. I'm surprised I didn't get stitches for that.
Yeah, that's not fun at all, especially when you're riding in the rain and you either got a light jacket on or it's so hot out and it's raining and it just feels like pin needles.
Yeah, I know that feeling. Riding in the rain sucks. Most of the time I just park it under the nearest bridge. Did you invite Mr.
Well, I got a story for you.
Mr. CR250F to this?
I don't think so. Why is he asking for an invite?
No, he's commenting on all my stuff. I don't know. He's not a moto vlogger. He said he wants to make a video. He's like, well, shit. Since Llama Goose is making videos, I guess I should too. But if you want to,
yeah, we're all making videos.
I guess so. If you want to invite him, cool. But if not, I don't care. Either way, it'd just be cool to
you talking to him now?
No, he just commented on something on my YouTube. On my channel.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he's still on or not. I was actually surprised to find out that you had a Facebook account for MrMaxodom. Not your personal Facebook.
Yeah,
I'm not a creeper like that. But
yeah, I just kind of figured I would create one on the side of my Facebook page just to kind of keep my other information on a DL.
yeah, I mean, I don't. As for me, I don't really care if people know my personal information. I don't care if they know my name. I don't even care if they know where I live. If they want to come to my house, that's fine, as long as they bring a case of beer with them. If they don't bring a case of beer, I've got about, I don't know, 6 guns here that can take care of that problem.
Yeah.
But everybody's all secretive about their moto vlogging stuff, and I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you're an important person, like if you're like higher up in some company or something where nobody should really know what you're doing in your personal life, then that's fine. But as for me, I really don't care at all. Like, it's just, if people want to get to know the real me, that's the way they do it.
I mean, I guess it really depends on different people in this situation, especially the way things are going in our economy. Just a little bit of information people can take and just screw your life up.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I mean, most of the time, all you need to steal somebody's identity is their name and their mother's maiden name. You can get their social security card, and you can totally fuck somebody's life with that.
Well, I think the reason why a lot of people, like a lot of these moto vloggers, are keeping a lot of their information on the DL is because they don't want people stalking them or stuff like that. But which is understandable. You kind of want to keep to your own personal business. So you don't want to have someone that's either close or far drive down where you live and get into your personal life.
Right. I guess I can agree with that. If I had, I mean, right now I think I've got 21 subscribers, but if I had 21 people showing up at my door a day, I'd probably end up hitting somebody in the face. Not you though. Not you though, Mr. Maxodom. I would not hit you in the face.
No, we just have a cake party.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, but I'm just gonna go. I'm just gonna keep a lot of details out and say, just from watching people's videos, it's very easy to find out where they live. Very easy.
Yeah, because if you watch someone long enough, they eventually give details that they're trying to keep away. They end up giving little pieces that gives you clues of where they live. Um, I'm not going to mention names, but I mean, it, I live far away from most of these vloggers, so I'm not going to spend and waste time to go there and pester them. I mean, even if there's someone close, like right now, I got 74 Seabass who lives fairly close to me. Watching his videos, I can pretty much guess where exactly he is, but I don't go over to his house and knock on his door and all that. I mean, I just kind of I respect his privacy and you know call on him when if there's something going on.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna mention any names. I will mention cities though. I used to be an over-the-road truck driver, and I've seen all 48 states, and I've been to so many cities. It's ridiculous. Now, my particular company that I drove for had um, terminals in Atlanta, San Bernardino, California, and Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Now we know there's no freaking motovloggers from Iowa because what are they going to vlog about corn? Um, we've got a couple from San Bernardino, and I can tell you, I know where they live, and I don't care. I mean, I'm not going to go to their house. Harrisburg, we know there's people in that area that I know where they live, and I don't care. I'm not going to go. I might go visit them if they invite me. And Atlanta, I know where most of the Atlanta-based motovloggers live, and I don't care. I mean, I just don't care. I'm not going to go bothering anybody. I'm not in this to cause anybody harm. I'm just in this to I don't know,
Yeah,
fuck around, I guess. I don't know.
yeah. I kind of thought that I was going to be kicked out of Brand's Hangouts because I brought up the fact that Josh 50 asked that question on his channel about why do girls um, wear bikinis out in public but they won't wear their underwear, and she on a video after that she said that that was like as far as that she wanted to go, and I thought, man, I was like, oh, I'm in trouble. She's gonna kick me out.
I don't think Bran would ever kick anybody out. She's too nice for all that. Although everybody says she looks mean, she's a nice person. I look angry too all the time, but I'm a nice person. You want to talk about the difference between bikinis and underwear though with girls? You ask my old lady, because I yell at her constantly about running around the house naked. I'm like, just put some damn clothes on, for fuck's sake.
Oh, shit. Uh,
No, I mean like
I
for
mean,
real.
it does bring.
She does run around the house naked, and our lights are on in our house, and our curtains are not that thick. Our neighbors can see her running around naked in our house. And I'm just like, put some goddamn clothes on. Have some decency, please. You know?
Yeah. Well, that brings up another question too. Is like, you got a friend that's a female friend, and she wants to change her clothes, but she tells you to either not look or to get out while she changes. But yet she'll leave her blinds open, and she'll say, "Oh, I don't care if a stranger looks at me while I'm changing my clothes." That's the same thing. What's the difference?
No doubt, I hear you there. I know if I have any female friends and they're changing and and they're like, not look, don't look at me, I'm peeking through the little crease in between my fingers. No. I'm kidding, but you know no, I mean, any of my female friends will just say, friends with benefits, because I've never really had any female friends that were just friends. I don't know, but yeah, I I don't even know where I was going with this. I've seen a lot of boobs.
Well, I've seen a lot of boobs at strip joints.
Oh, don't even get me started at strip joints. There's an awesome one in Atlanta right next to a truck stop. And they have dedicated truck parking where you park your truck, you pay $5, and they have a guard that will watch your truck to make sure nobody breaks into it while you're in this strip joint looking at titties.
Oh my god.
It's awesome.
Wow. I mean, does it get that bad where you have to pay someone to watch your truck, though?
Have you ever been to Atlanta? Well, in parts of it, this is particular south central Atlanta by the airport, and it's not the best part of town.
Yeah, see, I've never been down there.
It's not the best part of town for sure. I've been to a lot of places where it's not the best part of town, and I'm not happy about it.
But do you carry when you go to places like that?
Uh, no, my company actually advised against carrying weapons in the truck. I did have a knife, but that only goes so far. You really, if someone has a gun, then having a knife. It's the old saying, bringing a knife to a gunfight. But here in Ohio,
Yeah.
we have open carry policy, and I can carry I can carry anything I want. Really, I can carry my 380. It's holstered on my side. It's visible by three sides. It's legal. I can have it loaded anytime I want. I've got my Moisen Nagant that I carry too, and I strap that on my back. It's visible by three sizes, and it can be loaded. And well, I can hit people from almost a mile away with it. But I carry within my own state. But when I was over the road all over the country, I wasn't allowed, unfortunately, due to company policy.
Yeah. Here in Virginia, they do have a open carry law, but I'd have to look back into it. But I'm pretty sure that if you do an open carry, you can't have +1. But if you have a concealed weapons permit, you can carry the +1.
Right. Here in Ohio, the only thing that the open carry restricts is open carry in a vehicle. So the only thing you got to do is take the mag out of your gun, put the gun in your trunk, put the mag in your glove box, and you're legal. Which on a motorcycle, that really doesn't do you any good. You just can't carry on a bike.
Oh, well, unless you have a bagger.
I guess. Officer, I swear the mag was in the right saddlebag, and the gun was in the handlebar saddlebag.
Now you just tell the officer you got the gun in one bag and you got the clips down your pants.
Well, around here, the bad thing is the cops will totally search that area. The cops around here don't give a shit. I've had cops knock on my door and be like, "We have reports that you have guns in your house," and I'm like, "Yeah, no shit. They're registered in my name, you dumbass." And like, and they try to step outside their power to do dumb shit, and I'm like, dude, I bought these guns fair and legal from a West Virginia dealer when I lived in West Virginia, and when I changed to Ohio, I even reported it that I switched addresses to change the registration of my guns. And I'm like, you guys know I have them. Why are you questioning me about it? But I get
Gives
all
them something to do.
well, yeah, that's true. I mean, can't they go bug some drug dealer somewhere or something? I don't know. I usually don't talk down about cops because a lot of my family is cops, but I mean, they're not pricks, but there's a lot of these cops out here that they're just total dickheads.
Yeah, that goes especially for the newbies and being cops because they're trying to prove themselves to the judge and their department.
Well, yeah, no doubt. I mean, they're trying to make a name for themselves, and that's the only way they know how to do it. They don't know how to do it by being a good cop. I mean, when you go work at a warehouse, you don't break your back trying to process as many packages as you possibly can. You do your job well and you do your job accurate, and you'll get more recognition than trying to break your back over there. I mean, that's the same thing with being a cop. You don't be a giant jackass to get yourself ahead. You do your job well and you do your job accurate.
Yeah. um, I was trying to when I got out of school, I was trying to become a cop, and my outlook was to more or less help the community and not do like some of these cops out here do, and just be a nice, decent cop. But then, I mean, I tried doing, going out for the city police department. I didn't make it. I didn't score good on the written. Didn't do good on the physical. And now that I'm older and dealing with the cops, it just seems like now I just have a complete different outlook. I think of them as nothing but making a hardworking man more harder on them because they just give you tickets and it just makes your life a living hell because you get a ticket, it costs you money for the ticket, costs you more for your insurance, and it makes it harder on you.
Yeah, no doubt. Getting tickets and stuff, it is. I mean, I can understand if somebody's doing something wrong, then they get a ticket. Like if somebody's doing 100 miles an hour on a 70, then yeah, they should probably get a ticket. But some of the prick stuff that they do to people, at least around here, I got pulled over and got a ticket for doing 43 and a 40. Now that's pretty ridiculous, and I'm pretty sure it's illegal. But I wasn't going to go through the legal battle because they're the law. You ever try to fight a cop? It's not really a good deal. But it's what it is. If cops are good, then they'll look the other way when someone's doing 45 and a 40 or whatever, and they'll pull over to people that are doing 100 and a 40. You know.
Yeah, from what I was always told from cops that um, they can give you a ticket for doing a mile over or a mile under the speed limit, but the the judge will most likely throw that out. And the cops around here, they pretty much have their radar set at 15 miles over the speed limit because that gives them it's more of a ticket and it shows that it's more reckless.
Yeah, 20 miles over the speed limit here in Ohio, you can lose your license. They'll take your license for at least a year, I think, if you're caught at 20 over or more, which is pretty ridiculous. That's why I never really go fast. It's not necessarily, well, it's kind of, I value my life. It's just kind of. I kind of value my life. I don't completely, but it was it's more or less. I don't want to get. I don't want to lose my damn license.
Yeah. See, when I did security and I got pulled over, I ended up getting more of warnings than I did tickets. But as soon as I stopped being a security guard and I got pulled over, every single time I was getting a ticket. I never got a warning or nothing. So that goes to show you that they have their own. I don't know what I'm looking for here, but they have their own.
They're
They
setting
show different
standards.
respect for different people. Yeah, yeah, different set of standards.
Yeah, it's if I get pulled over in like my hometown of Wheeling, West Virginia, I most likely 90% of the time would not get a ticket, regardless of what I was doing. As a matter of fact, I got pulled over when I was real young, 19 maybe, and I was hammered. You know, not a whole lot has changed since then, but when I got pulled over and I was hammered, and that cop probably totally smelled the alcohol on my breath because I was pretty well blitzed. He got me for swerving left to center. He asked me if I had anything to drink tonight, and I said no, and he just let it go at that. And I'm pretty sure that's just because it's my hometown and most of my family is cops, and I got away with that. And I see it as a blessing, and that's why anymore I don't drink and ride or drink and drive. If I'm gonna drink, I'm at home. That's it. I don't really go out to bars a whole lot. There's a bar down the road from me that's a tenth of a mile. I walk.
Yeah, that's probably more safe. I mean, if you go out to a bar, you're going to be spending more money for the alcohol, and you're just throwing your money away. And I mean, yeah, I mean, if you go to a bar, you're not going to be able to socialize and get good, you know, views of naked women. But at least, drinking at home, you're more safer, and you're not spending as much money on alcohol.
This is this is true. In most parts, it's true. You are saving money because $20 for a case of beer. That's all fine and dandy. If your wife happens to be home, she could be naked. I mean, I told you already. My wife walks around the house naked. So I mean, you can see naked women at home, I guess. But it's
Yeah.
it's the social experience of being at the bar that draws everyone there.
One thing you need to get for your wife is a G-string and a pole dance, or one of them poles.
No, I don't. To be honest, I really don't want to see her do that. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, just she doesn't have any really crazy. I don't know. She doesn't wear G strings or thongs or any of that stuff. She just wears typical, you know, uh, Victoria's Secret type underwear. But she usually runs around the house naked, so that doesn't even matter. But she doesn't. I mean, she just. I don't know. I think she just doesn't give a fuck. I think she's totally over it.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, after a while, seeing plenty of naked women, it doesn't affect you as much when you're like when you're younger. It's like you've seen them one, you've seen them all, just like really.
Now I might have to combat uh that decision. There's a, I'll tell you what, if I seen Jennifer Aniston naked, that'd be a different story.
Well, I mean, like your wife. I mean, you've seen her naked numerous times, so it's like nothing new for you. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I've seen her naked probably a million times, yeah, but I try not to let it get old for, excitement's sake. But, I don't know. I guess it does get old, but I act like it doesn't so that she stays happy and comfortable with her body, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. She's really emotional and crazy and all this other stuff. This is why I buy a motorcycle so I can be distracted from her.
Yeah.
So tell me, Mr. Maxodom,
Yeah, I'm still
are you
single, you
married?
know.
Oh, okay, you're single. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still single. I know a lot of my classmates that I graduated with. They got married or they're getting married and and stuff like that. And I'm not rushing into it. You know, if I find the right person, then I'll get married. Um, but yeah, I just haven't found the right person yet.
Right on, I hear you there. I mean, there is no choice. There's no point in rushing into everything because, I mean, hell, I've been engaged once, and the I got to be honest though. I mean, the woman I refer to as my wife is not actually my wife. We're not actually married, but we live together. We bought this house together. It is what it is. We're just not legally married because the IRS would rape us if we were married. But don't you can't rush into stuff. You really can't. I mean, you got to find what's going to be a good match for you. My old lady might be crazy, but she is a good match for me, and the fact that she's not one of those clingy types that needs constant attention, and that I can go out and work on my bike for a while, and she won't be up my ass about it and be like, "What are you doing out here? Are you talking to other girls?" That shit that drives me nuts.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend like that. I was seeing her for a couple weeks, and I haven't seen my friend for a while, and I decided to hang out with him, and I stopped by to see her for a little bit and told her I was going out and hanging out with a friend. And we didn't even get in the car, and she's already called me. She's like, "Oh, where are you guys going? What are you doing? What are you doing?" I was like, "I told you I'm going to hang out with my friend, and we don't know what we're doing yet." And it's like every 5 minutes she was calling me and asking me the same thing, and it just drove me up the wall.
Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. I mean, I hate that. I've had girls where they're just like, "So you seen anybody else?" And I'm like, what are we doing here? Are we fuck buddies or are we in a relationship? What's going on here? Because if we're in a relationship, no, I'm not seeing anybody else. If we're fuck buddies, then I'm gonna start looking. you know,
Yeah,
I've had plenty of girls. I've had fuck buddies. Well, I mean, friends with benefits, if you would, to be G-rated. Well, I guess PG-13 rated. I don't know, but they'd ask me stuff like that, and I'm like, well, what is going on between us here? Because I'm pretty sure that all we do is hang out and have sex. I mean, I don't think anything else is going on here. But they ask me questions like, "Are you seeing
yeah,
anybody else? You talking to anybody else?" I can't stand it.
yeah. I mean, being single has its advantages, but it's also got its disadvantages. I mean, being single, you don't have someone constantly, asking where you're going, what you're doing, or stuff like that. You're not wasting money. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, if you found the right person and you're willing to spend the money, that's one thing. But you spend a lot of money on it, for so long, then you just want somebody.
Yeah, I kind of know what you mean. Uh, it's just I've had girlfriends that have not had jobs, and you spend a shit ton of money on them. I mean, it is a ridiculous amount of money. Now, me and my current old lady, we both work. We both make money, but you know, we don't spend a shit ton of money on all kinds of crazy stuff. I bought a bike. I only spent $1,500. Yeah, sure, I probably could have went out and bought a brand new one this year, but I didn't. I mean, it's just the way I am, I guess. But and it's the way she is, which is, I guess, good. Our financial, you know, responsibilities are in check.
Yeah. Uh, my last girlfriend I had, she she had her ups and downs. Her downs were she was a couple years younger than me, and I mean, I was probably what 20, 28, and she was like 27, and she was only working part time, still lived at home, you know. So I mean, that kind of got me down. I was like, you know, you would figure someone that old would at least have a full time job. And then after me paying for a few, you know, dates and stuff, she actually started buying some dinners too. So that I like that. You know, I mean, I don't have a problem buying dinner, you know, but it helps out if she's willing to pay too. You know, sometimes.
Yeah, I hear you there. I mean, it's stereotypical to expect the man to pay for everything, but you know, the women should pay for stuff too. Trust me, I've told my old lady, you got this. You know, we have a joint bank account, so it doesn't matter. It comes out of the same damn place. But it comes out real awkward in public when you go, "Hey, you got this," because I don't have my bank card on me. You know,
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely awkward.
it is. It's really awkward when you ask the girl to pay for stuff. It's funny too.
Yeah,
Yo, you got this right.
but I've also noticed though too. Yeah, I've also noticed that a lot of girls, because I mean I go on dating sites and you know even out in public, it seems like a lot of these girls they're very, I don't want to say the word picky, but they have a lot of restraints on what they're looking for. You know, they're constantly wanting someone that's going to be honest and not going to do them wrong. And you know, you tell them what you're looking for, and they look at you and they're like, "Oh, well, I don't want him," you know, and you're trying to be honest. I don't know. It's just the whole dating world is it can be rough.
No doubt. I've got a lot to share on this subject, but give me 1 second and I will be right back. All right, I'm back. We were talking about girls on dating sites with high standards, right?
Yeah,
I've I've done that myself as well. You know, the whole dating site thing. I've got a whole bunch of funny stories about the dating site in general, but the number one thing I would come across is I would like a guy who is honest, good looking, hardworking, he likes to party, and he likes to have fun. Well, congratulations, you're looking for an oxymoron. That is non-existent. You are looking for Prince Charming that is also a man slut. But you know, um, it's it's pretty ridiculous. And I'll tell you that two out of the three girls that I've ever met on a dating website, because when I was 18, 19 years old, and I didn't have a girlfriend, and I was like, man, this kind of fucking blows. I'm like 18, 19, I'm prime of my life, I should be out having all kinds of fun, but I don't even have a girlfriend. But, two out of three girls on these dating websites they totally don't look like their pictures. They totally don't act like their profile says. Their profile says, like, I'm so nice, I'm so appreciative of what guys do for me, and I enjoy nature, and I like to look at clouds in my spare time. And they're like, and you go to meet them, and they're just total giant bitches. They're not cool at all, and they don't have anything cool to say. And you're just like, no wonder you're on a damn dating website. You're socially unacceptable. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I was on the dating site this one time, and I was 28, and this girl was 20, and we talked for like a couple conversations. I mean, just like, her and me, and then that was it. And then she started talking to these other people, and they were talking sexually, and I was like, well, why is she not talking to me? And I was like, well, I want to start talking sexually to her. Well, come to find out, she's like, well, you're too old. Man, that kind of hurt me, man. I mean, I wasn't that much older than her, and she's sitting there saying I'm too old for her.
Age is only a number. I mean, I can't stress that enough. I mean, I'm 24. I'm not that old. My old lady's almost 33. She's almost 10 years older than I am. I mean, age is only a number, because that girl, she can do things that other girls in my life have never been able to do. I mean, she knows her shit.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Once the male and female turn 18, the age is just a number. It's not a factor anymore. As long as you're legal, it don't matter.
Right. I've never been a fan of younger chicks because, I mean, I can be honest, about 99% of younger chicks are just sluts. But I've always been a fan of older women, to be honest. I mean, I don't know what it is about them. Women are like wine. The longer they sit, the better they are.
Yeah, I mean, it can go either way. I mean, it seems like the younger ones, they just want to party and experiment, or they're just gold diggers. They're just looking for an older man that's going to support them.
I've been there, except for the older man part, because before this, the girlfriend that I have now, that we've been together for almost 3 years. When I was like 21 or 20 or whatever, I mean, I dated a lot of younger girls, but I worked in the gas fields around here. I'm sure Virginia, you have them as well. I know West Virginia does and Pennsylvania does. I'm sure Virginia does as well. But I made bank. I mean, to be honest, and I'm pretty sure that's the only reason they were with me. Do you guys have the gas wells and all that down there? Gas fields, gas and oil, rather.
Um, I haven't seen any. I haven't really traveled a lot in Virginia. Um, I mean, I've gone to like Harrisonburg and Richmond and Roanoke and places like that, but that's like the center, and southern part of Virginia. I haven't gone to the west part of Virginia yet. So if they have them, they'll probably be over in that area if we do have them.
Well, probably so. We have them. I mean, we have them in Ohio. They seem to stretch along the Appalachian range. You know, they have them eastern Ohio, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, and all that. I mean, the gas boom is just ridiculous, and all these gas companies are coming up from Texas and Oklahoma and all that stuff, and they're paying people $18 to $20 an hour to sit on their ass and do nothing. Now, I mean, I've got a CDL. I drive semi-trucks. I drove a sand truck and made 20 whatever dollars an hour, and it was ridiculous. But, you know, it was nice to have the extra money.
Yeah. Yeah, I work in construction, and the first couple of years, I enjoyed having, bad weather days off, rain and snow and stuff like that. And then started dealing with the unemployment, and I was like, all right, this is cool. I get to stay home and, get paid. But in the last 3 years, I've just been getting tired of it. I was like, I got bills to pay. I can't afford this. And this last snow that we've got, I decided to drive around my town trying to find a way to, make money cleaning people's driveways out. And a guy right there across from the job that I'm working at, or was working at, he knew some people that were looking for operators to help clean the hospital parking lot out. And so I did that for 8 hours. And I love it. I mean, I was making $21.25, and it was all under the table.
Oh, man. You really can't beat that. I mean, that's just fantastic money under the table and all that stuff. You don't have to pay taxes on that or anything. I mean, my background is in construction as well, and right now I haven't even been working. I deliver construction materials on a flatbed, and I haven't been working because nobody's been building anything. Because, I mean, hell, look at all the freaking everything's freezing. The ground's freezing. No one's laying foundations, and nobody's building anything because it's just cold and snowy and icy and crappy.
Yeah.
I've been kind of on a seasonal
Well, the thing that makes it even harder for me, yeah, the hardest thing for me is like, because when we do our unemployment, it takes 3 weeks before you can even get your first check. And, there's, when they don't lay me off and I'm working, it's like, you work 1 or 2 weeks and then you're off for a week, or you work for 3 days or whatever, and it just screws your unemployment. So then you're going 3, 4, 5, or whatever weeks it is without having to pay, and you're wondering how you're going to come up with money to pay your bills.
Yeah, that's really crappy. Trying to come up with ways to pay your bills when you've been out of work. I mean, last year I did that because my old lady wasn't working. This year my old lady's working. She's a nurse, and she makes twice what I make, maybe 3 times what I make. So, I mean, when I'm off work, I really don't have to worry that much. But I do remember the times like last year when I was off work and I was like, well, shit, how am I going to get this taken care of? But, this year I'm not worried about it, thank God.
Yeah, because it's kind of hard to find even a part-time job, because they want to know when you can work and when you can't. And when you're dependent on the weather, it makes it hard for you to work a part-time job, because it's like one day you got good weather and you might work, and then the next day you don't. You could be able to work, but then the other job, part-time job, they might already have someone to cover that. So then it just makes it difficult.
Yeah, it does make it difficult, especially if you're dependent on weather. I mean, hell, the job that I'm working is definitely dependent on weather. I mean, if I'm going to be delivering stuff to people's work sites, they got to be working in order to use those materials. Otherwise, it's just going to be sitting and someone's going to steal it or, whatever. But, if I was going to work for the gas wells again, just running sand up and down, they don't care what the temperature is. They're going to work their people 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, and, no benefits and all that stuff. You make good money, though.
Yeah, and to add on to that though too, I mean, even if you went to deliver your material, I mean, you still have to have someone there to sign off for the paperwork saying that you dropped it off and someone accepted it.
Absolutely, but that's one of our company policies is we don't have to have someone there to sign for it. All we have to do is I've got a forklift, an all-terrain forklift known as a Moffett. I'm sure you've probably heard of it. It's 3-wheel drive, has a rear wheel steering. It's a really fun forklift to drive. But we pick the stuff up off the bed, drop it off at our whoever's construction site ordered it, and then on the paperwork, either they can sign for it if they're there, or up in the top right corner there's a little box that says customer not available, and you mark that little box if they're not there, and you just go on your way.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen them on our jobs numerous times. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's a nice job to be in during the summer. It pays really good in the summer. I mean, you work a lot in the summertime. In the wintertime, it sucks, though. I mean, around here, the ground freezes in November, and nobody's laying foundation in, November through April, and pretty much December through March, nobody's, framing or anything, so you really don't have any work to do. Most of our work is in either foundation block or shingles. And I mean, if you're nowhere in between there, then we're not working,
Yeah, I mean, I could get a job working every day. I mean, I can find a job around here, but most most of them, unless it's a factory job, most of them are going to be paying like minimum wage, or you might be lucky to make $10 an hour, and you're working every day. Um, I mean, you're getting paid less, but I guess in a way you might be getting paid more over time compared to what I'm getting paid. I mean, I might be getting paid more than what most people do get paid, but I'm relying more on the weather, and I mean, I might not work every day.
No doubt. I mean, I know the feeling. I mean, you might work one day or you might not work the one day. I mean, it can be a blessing in disguise or it can be a curse, disguised as a blessing. But you know, I've always tried to find jobs that are year round. I mean, I'm currently looking at becoming a cook at some of these restaurants around here because, being a cook is I guess it's my natural calling. I might, I drive commercial trucks for a living and all that stuff, but my first job was as a cook, and I've always known how to cook. I pretty much cook for my family all the time, so it's something I'll probably get into here in the future.
Well, the only thing I know how to cook is stuff things into a microwave or in the oven.
Oh yeah, I mean I remember there's days there was days back in my day when I was just like, how the fuck do I cook these burritos in the microwave without half of them being frozen? But but now, I mean, it's I haven't gone through like culinary arts or anything, but I've worked in quite a few restaurants, and I actually became supervisor of one of those restaurants, and I quit that to go get my CDL. And I'll tell you what, that was the worst regret of my life because I made less money driving over the road, driving a semi, than I did being a supervisor in that kitchen. And it was a terrible, terrible idea. I don't think I should have ever done it.
Yeah, because driving a truck, you're getting paid by the mile.
Yeah, I mean, when you're over the road, yeah, you get paid by the mile. Um, there's a few companies out there that are local that pay by the hour. You really got to have some serious experience, and you really got to take it in the ass if you really want those good positions. But only thing I do is add a bunch of endorsements to my license that are completely and totally useless. I've got a school bus endorsement that I don't use. I can drive a school bus if I wanted to. No, I don't. There's no jobs around me for a school bus. I've got the passenger endorsement. I could go drive a Greyhound if I want, but that's a bunch of bullshit. And basically, you just travel a country just like an over-the-road trucker, and you really don't get paid that much for it. I've got a tanker endorsement when I hauled sand. I guess I could haul milk, but, nobody's hiring for that shit. But a CDL it's a bunch of overrated BS. I think that all these young people that are like, hey, I want to go get my CDL. No, go to college and get a trade. Learn how to do something useful. Because having your CDL, you'll be nothing more than somebody that just drives a truck and gets paid very minimally.
Well, I got a friend that drives a truck, and he says that he brings home after taxes anywhere between $700 and $1,000 a week, and that's still more than what working at McDonald's or working construction.
Yeah, I'll agree. That is a lot more. He's either probably driving for Prime Inc. or Stevens Transport, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, you got to pull down, if you're driving solo, you got to pull down 3,000 miles a week to pull down that kind of money. Or if you're driving team, you got to do 6,000 miles a week to pull down that kind of money. The company I work for over the road, I was in a team, which is 2 people driving. One drive, one sleep, the other drive, the other sleep. But I pulled down 6,000 miles a week with our team, and with the company I was with, they didn't want to pay. I made $500 a week.
Yeah, that's you'd be better off working close to home for something like that.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt, I would have been. I mean, if I was like renting a house or something like that, and I didn't have the family, that wouldn't be terrible. I mean, I could live off that no problem and have a lot of extra money. $500 a week really isn't that bad. But I've got a brand new house that me and my old lady just took care of, and 3 kids and the old lady at home, and she wasn't working at the time. So I mean, I had a lot to take care of, and that wasn't cutting it.
Yeah, because my friends tell me that that's what I need to get into because I'm single and everything. But I mean, if you're going to be on the road all the time, there's no point of having a house payment because you're not going to be there. So I mean, the best thing is, just don't buy a house. You be single and ride on the road and collect that money, and then after a couple of years, then you can get someplace close to home and buy your house.
Right, right. I have, one tip of advice: if you ever decide to do that, register your address with your parents, one of your parents if they're divorced or whatever, but register your address with them. Don't rent a house or don't buy a house. Go get your CDL on your own. Pay for it. Don't let one of these companies do it for you. Because any of these companies that are advertising to pay for your CDL training, they are raping you when it comes to pay when you get out. Because I've gone through that, and it's terrible. Pay for your own CDL. Go into a company like Stevens Transport, Prime Inc. Don't go to CRST. Don't ever do that. That company is absolutely terrible. Werner, JB Hunt, they all hire student drivers, and you will make a decent amount of pay, and they will get you your miles. If you get your miles, then you will get paid a lot. I mean, you will make a lot of money, especially if you don't have a house payment and all that stuff. But it's I don't know. It's really hard to explain. Get the CDL yourself. go apply for one of those good companies. Just don't apply for CRST because they will rape you on your pay and they will not run you. I've sat in multiple times in multiple different places for whole weekends, for whole weeks in times, just waiting for a load. But you know, you'll make money with some of the companies out there. It's kind of hit and miss though.
Yeah, because I know like Schneider, they they train you, and you know I don't know what their miles are or what they pay you, but you have to stay with them for at least a year before you can go someplace else.
Yes, and that is a binding contract. That is totally a binding contract. The CRST had the same thing. It's an 8-month contract that you drive for them for 8 months, that they pay for your CDL training and all that stuff, which I did. But yeah, they only pay you 22. Well, I don't know about Schneider. CRST only pays you 22 cents a mile, which 22 cents a mile, I mean, it's really not a lot. That's less. That's less than $500 a week. It really doesn't cover any bills, and plus, it's more expensive living over the road than it is living at home because instead of running to the local Walmart and picking up, you know, 5 of those gigantic, huge burritos for $1, you could you're going to be eating out of the Pilot truck stop, and you're going to be buying, you know, $5 double cheeseburgers to keep yourself fueled up, you know, and buying Monster Energy drinks or whatever you need to stay awake while you're driving.
Yeah, I see your point on that. Yeah. I've even thought about going to school for being a motorcycle mechanic. But after talking to um, a dealership here in town with one of the motorcycle mechanics, they said that they run into the same problem as, you know, construction workers. Um, I mean, yeah, you may get paid good in the summertime, you know, working on bikes, but when it comes to wintertime, when there's nobody who is getting their motorcycles worked on, you know, you're still getting laid off.
Yeah, I mean, motorcycle mechanics, they are, you know, that's a lot of like construction. When you're out of season, you're out of work. That's if you really want to work all season, then you'll want to live in a place like Tampa, Florida, or Jacksonville, Florida, or Orlando, or Lakeland, or, you know, somewhere down south where people ride year round, and it's a large city with a lot of people. And you really could make money down there doing something like that. But you know, you live in Virginia. I live in Ohio. If I were to do that here during the months through October through May, I would not make a single cent. I guarantee it. I don't know about down there, but I mean, I guarantee your guys' season isn't much better.
Yeah, I ride a year round, try to anyway, because I mean I pay for full 1 year of, you know, insurance, so you know you might as well ride. Um, but I like the best time for me to get my bike worked on is, you know, like right now, February and March, just before the season starts, because right when it what was it, a few weeks or maybe a month before the, you know, season starts, everybody's going in there and getting their bikes ready and prepped for the riding season.
Right. That's exactly what they're doing. That's what I've done all day today. Is trying to prep my bike up for riding season, even though I'm leaving for Mexico in a week. But you know, yeah. You know, everyone is trying to get their bikes ready this season because this winter has been especially terrible. I think that everyone's trying a little bit harder to get their bikes ready when it comes time in April and May when it starts getting warmer out, and you know, people start riding more often because I mean, my car is going to be lonely in the garage this summer.
um, I don't know what the gas prices are like up there in Ohio right now, but down here the gas prices for just regular is like 3.25, and there's talk about the gas prices going back up to $4 a gallon.
Well, hell, 325 isn't that bad, really. I mean, our unleaded 87 octane is 3.59 a gallon. I just filled up a gas can that I put in my garage today for 3.89. That was super 93 octane. That's going in the bike. Yeah, I just filled up a 10-gallon gas can today about with that. So my bike's set for at least the first 3 fill-ups. But yeah, gas prices are a little higher up here, and if they go up to $4 a gallon, I am going to be sure as hell happy that I have a bike because my car is terrible on gas.
Yeah, because all I've got is my truck and my bike, and I was normally putting the mid grade in my truck, and at the time it was only like 9-10 cents different from the regular, and right now, depending on where you go, you're probably looking at 20 to 30 some cents difference between the regular and mid grade. So I had to go down to regular grade to put in my truck, because after 5 gallons, that's an extra gallon if you use the regular compared to putting in the mid grade.
Right. I mean, yeah, it is. I don't know what mid-grade costs around here. I mean, it's almost $4 a gallon here for super, which is 93, and that's the only thing I run in my bikes. As in my car, I just run 87, which is the lowest octane possible. Um, if it goes up to $4 a gallon, then it goes up to $4 a gallon. I guess I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Nothing I can do to change it. But I'm probably gonna be bitching the whole way back and forth.
Yeah, because I use that high test for my bike because it's a sports bike and it's not, you can't use any other except for the high test. But even at high test and paying $4 a gallon, I'm still spending only like what, 16, $18 to fill it up. It's still a lot cheaper than putting fuel in my truck.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I mean, that I filled up that big old gas can out in my garage for my bike. It only costs about 20 bucks to fill that thing up, and I guarantee that that'll get at least three or maybe 4 fill-ups on my bike. I just do it on my gas can because my bike doesn't have how much gas in it, however many the original owner left in it, however much the original owner left in it. But that's the only reason why I put it in a gas can. I didn't want to risk, trying to get to the gas station and running out of gas on the way there. It was already on reserve.
So I take it you don't have a gas gauge on your bike?
No, I actually don't. I was kind of surprised by that because I was thinking that those katanas, or well, yeah, the katanas do, but apparently the bandits do not. And I mean, they're not like horribly different bikes, so there's just a couple pieces of plastic difference.
Yeah. The other day I kind of, for the first time, ran out of gas on my bike. My light came on and saying that it was low on gas, and I already went past one gas station, but I thought I can squeeze another, what, 5, maybe 10 more miles out of it to get to a closer gas station to home. And I get right there on the on ramp, and I'm literally not even 300 feet from the gas station that I normally go to, and I completely ran out of gas, and I had to go to one that was only like 10 feet away from me just to fill up.
Yeah, I've I have never completely run out of gas before. I have run my regular tank out of gas on my 454 before, on the highway, even on Interstate 70. But I pulled over on the side of the highway. I sat there for a minute, and I switched it to reserve. And for some reason, it didn't want to fire up. I don't know if it was just because the gas wasn't getting to the carbs yet, but I tried for a couple minutes, and it finally fired back up. And I was able to make it to the gas station. That was one of the scariest moments of my life because I was about 10 miles from the nearest gas station. But yeah, running out of gas is no fun.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty good because most of the time when I get that light come on, I usually go to the gas station.
I don't have a light. I've never had a light on any of my bikes. I usually just set the trip odometer. And from that one point when I ran the gas out of that 454, I knew, I had my trip odometer set from the last time I filled up. And I knew exactly how many miles I got till I ran out. So that was my mile marker. So anytime that I got close to that, I
Well,
just filled it up.
yeah, I pretty much do the same thing. Each time I, top off, I reset my trip meter, and then that way, like if I go out riding or whatever, and I come home and park the bike, and then when I get ready to go for my ride, I look at the speedometer and see where it stands on how many miles I've already ridden on that tank. And if it's like reading about 100 or 120, I know I need to stop and get gas before I go out riding.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I always try to keep a full tank of fuel in my gas tank. I mean, it's a myth. I think it's a myth. But if you keep your tank more than half full, then it will use less fuel. It might be a myth, but I haven't really tested it out. But that's what I do. I don't really let my tanks in any of my vehicles, whether it be a car or a bike or I don't know, a scooter or whatever. I don't care. I don't usually let it go below half.
Yeah, when I first started driving, I would always, whenever I got to about a half a tank, I'd always fill it up. Because everybody said, the upper half of your tank, you get better gas mileage, and then if you have it drop below the half, then you're getting less. But when it comes down, when you get to the half marker, it tends to seem like you spend more money fueling it up because you're constantly going to the gas station every half a tank.
Right, right. It seems to cost more money, but I mean, I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't. In a car, it doesn't, at least. Um, when it comes to actual fuel savings, I don't know if you ever heard of a product called Seafoam, but I use it religiously. Uh, I use it in everything. I use it in my lawnmowers. I use it in my cars. I use it in my motorcycles. You can add it to the oil in the crankcase. You can add it to your fuel tank, or you can get the aerosol version and shoot it into your carbs. And if you're fuel injected, you can put it in a cup and suck it through your brake booster line, and it'll shoot it right into your injector. And it does fantastic for saving you gas mileage. Like my old, I used to have a Ford Taurus. I added a can of Seafoam to the tank of gas one time, and I got 400 miles out of that tank of gas in a Ford Taurus. That was only an 18-gallon tank. I was running normally about 26 miles of the gallon. So I got 400 miles out of one tank of gas just from putting Seafoam in it.
Huh. So that C-Films is kind of like an octane booster or like the STP kind of stuff almost.
I would say it's almost like the STP, but it's better. There's certain ways you can treat your motor with it. If you're adding it to the fuel, you really don't have to do anything. If you dump it in your fuel tank, you don't have to do anything. It just runs through the system how it is. If you're putting it in your crankcase with your oil, you dump it in your oil, you run it for about 20 minutes, You shut it off. You let all your oil and the seafoam run down. Meanwhile, the seafoam is destroying any carbon buildup on your cylinder walls and on your crankshaft and your bottom of your piston, your connecting rods, and all that stuff. Then you got to change your oil, and then if you add the seafoam through your carburetors and or you shoot it through your brake booster line, if you're injected, your fuel injected rather, you shoot it through there. You empty the however much seafoam is called for on the can. It'll pretty much tell you, but you let it sit for about 5 or 10 minutes after you shoot all that fuel through there. You shut it off and let it sit for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then you start it back up after all that stuff's eaten away. And I'll tell you what, it shoots a nasty plume of white smoke out of your tailpipe, and that's how you know your motor was really, really, really dirty. But yeah, I mean, every vehicle I've had, it runs better off of seafoam. All these older bikes that I've had that run like crap, you know, you shoot a can of seafoam through the carbs, and they run like they're brand new. I mean, it's a miracle working product.
Now, would you say that's a more expensive product, or would you say it's like about the same price as some of the other products?
As for the price, I can buy it at Walmart and or AutoZone for about $8 a can, and a can comes in about, I think it's 16 fluid ounces. I think it's about the same as STP, comes in about 16 fluid ounces, something like that. I think it's a little cheaper for STP, but I'll pay the little extra for seafoam because it's versatility. I mean, you can put it in anything. You can put it in your bike, your car, your lawnmower. You can put it in your fucking jet ski. You can put it in your boat that has a 455 big block in it. I mean, it doesn't matter.
Well, I definitely have to look into that because that sounds like something worth buying.
Yeah, is your bike fuel injected?
I think yeah, I believe it is.
As long as you don't have 4 huge things coming off that face towards the seat, then your bike is fuel injected. But I mean, if it's carbureted,
Yeah, because I
it's
think my
go ahead.
yeah, I think my bike is liquid cooled.
Liquid cooled. Well, if it's fuel injected, then there should be a hose that connects to the intake manifold. It's called the brake booster line, and it's got suction to it. You'll know. I mean, if you start your bike up and start pulling hoses off of the intake manifold, you'll know if it has suction to it. You know, kind of feels like a vacuum cleaner if you stick your finger to it. And if you have suction to it, then that's the hose you want to use. If your bike is carbureted, however, and you have 4 carburetors sticking out of that thing that face towards your seat, you want to take your air cleaners off, buy the aerosol version of seafoam, and spray it into the carburetors. But you'll want to feed the throttle a little bit whenever you do it because it's going to make your bike want to die. So you'll want to open your throttles up a little bit so it doesn't die. But after you get it all in the carbs, shut it off for about 5 minutes or so, and it'll do its cleaning job. But it is a fantastic product.
Now, how often would you say you use it? I mean, would you say you use it like once every month or once a year? Uh, every so many miles?
I would say I use it about twice a year. Aside from it being an awesome motor cleaner, it's also a fuel stabilizer. So if you leave your bike sit in a garage over the period of a winter, you know, you gotta read the can to find out the ratio of seafoam per quantity of fuel. but you dump it in your tank and it stabilizes your fuel for the winter. And all you got to do is run the bike for a couple minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, just to get that fuel with the seafoam into the carbs, and your carbs won't get all gummed up during the winter. Now, with fuel injected bikes, you really don't have to worry about that. But I would say twice a year on carb bikes and once a year on fuel injected bikes. It just keeps all the carbon out of the head of the motor, and it really frees up a lot of power, to be honest.
Okay. It sounds like a really good product. I mean, it sounds like you can't go wrong. I mean, it's almost like you're also winterizing your bike at the same time when you're not riding in the winter.
Oh yeah, I mean, no doubt. I've used seafoam to winterize bikes before. Everybody uses that stable, but stable's good. It only thing it does is stabilizes your fuel. But the seafoam, you add it to your fuel in the winter. It stabilizes fuel as well as it cleans out your carburetors and your cylinder head. It cleans out the head of your pistons, your valves, your all that. And if you're injected, then it cleans out your fuel injectors and everything else. It cleans out the jets in your carburetors, your injectors, and everything. And it's a fantastic product.
Yeah, I definitely would. I definitely will have to look into that because, like I said, I mean, that's definitely sounds like a great product to have.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I swear by seafoam. I mean, I've had bikes that I've stored over the winter. You throw that in there, and winter's over. You go throw a little battery charger on the bike, and you go fire the bike up. And when it fires up on that first try, you did something right. It's a good thing. It's a good feeling.
Yeah, because I mean, that's just like my truck. I mean, before I got my truck, I had a car, and I was always using the Quaker State oil. But then I switched over to using the Castrol GTX synthetic. I will not go to anything else except for synthetic because you can go more miles before your oil change, and it lubricates your pistons as well, and it keeps everything cleaner.
Yeah, I'll have to give you a +1 on that Castrol GTX synthetic because I use that as well. I don't use it in my bikes as of yet. I haven't really tried that in my bikes. I usually use you know uh, just standard 10W40, usually Valvoline. But I've thought about throwing the 4T Castrol in my bike. I've used Castrol GTX synthetic in my cars, and it has given me good results. I mean, I'm very happy with that product.
Another thing I found out, I went to go do an oil change, and I went to, was it Advanced AutoZone, and I talked to one of the guys there, um, if it would be okay to use regular, vehicle motor oil in a motorcycle, and they said no, you need to use the specific motorcycle oil because it's got a different um, material in the oil. Because on a motorcycle you got I don't know if your bike's got a wet clutch, but my bike has a wet clutch, so it's got different qualifications for it. I told my uncle that for Christmas, for oil, and sure enough, he went out and bought me regular motor oil in the type that I need, but I couldn't use it because I got a wet clutch.
Right, right. Now, wet clutch meaning that your clutch is lubricated by the same oil that lubricates your motor. Your clutch is integrated. Unlike a Harley Davidson, most of them have motor oil and they have primary oil. Your motor oil, lubricates your motor. Your primary lubricates your clutch. That's different. It's different. I mean, it's different kind of oil. So, like, if you had a Harley, you could throw regular 10W40 in your motor, but you have to throw the clutch oil in the primary. But in a bike that has a wet clutch, which means everything's lubricated by the same oil, you do have to use a typical motorcycle oil that is recommended for a wet clutch, such as Valvoline, Rotella 4T, Castrol 4T, and stuff like that. But those are full of synthetics. You know, once you go synthetic, you can't go back to conventional oil. That's the crappy thing.
Yeah, I think I made that mistake because when I did my first oil change, um, I went to Advance and they had only was it two brands. One was the Valvoline, which was not a synthetic, and then they had the Valvoline that was not synthetic was like $5 a quart, and then the Castrol 4T, which was a synthetic, they wanted like $10 a quart. Well, I went ahead and went with the synthetic. And then when I went to go do my next oil change, well, they had a deal on the Valvoline, and I went with that, and that covered me for two oil changes. And now I'm going back to synthetic, and I'm going to stay with a synthetic, even though I'm going to be paying more for it, because my bike takes about 2.5 quarts of oil, so that means I got to buy 3 quarts. So I'm spending like $30 on an oil change.
It's a little more expensive, but you know, synthetic is the best way to go. It really does extend the life of your bike, and it lubricates it a whole lot better. But I'm gonna be right back. I gotta do something for a couple seconds, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. So we're talking about motor oil.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, synthetic is the way to go. I mean, it is superior protection. It really is. I mean, it's so much more lenient on friction than conventional motor oil. But I mean, if you're on a budget, conventional motor oil will work as long as you don't run the living shit out of your bike. I mean, if you run the living shit out of it, I mean, if you're going, if you're bouncing it off the rev limiter and going 150 miles an hour, you want synthetic.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, you go with the conventional regular oil, you're going to be changing it a little bit more than if you had synthetic.
That is true. Um, I'd say I change oil on my bikes every 3,000 miles. 3,000 miles. I've been drinking a little too much, so my speech is a little bit slurred. But, every 3,000 miles with with conventional oil, I change every 3,000 miles. Synthetic, I think it calls for 5,000. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I might be wrong.
No, I think you're right because that's in my truck and on the bike, I'm usually every 5,000 miles.
Yeah, 5,000 miles ain't bad. That would only mean 2 oil changes a year for me, because hell, my car gets real lonely in the garage during the summertime.
Well, another thing is though too is that with me riding my bike a lot, I'm actually not putting as many miles on my truck, so it makes my truck value worth a little bit more.
Yeah, your truck is probably more valuable with the less miles on it. My car, on the other hand, is a pile of shit. But it's it's we'll just say it's not worth a whole lot to begin with.
Yeah. Well, let me get your opinions on the Royal Purple. Um, I know they don't make it for motorcycles. Uh, and I know it's like was like $8-10 a quart, or eight or $10 a quart, and there is no way I can afford paying that kind of money for an oil change on my truck when it takes 7.5 quarts of oil. I mean, yeah, I might be able to go maybe what 12,000 miles, but still, you're talking a lot of money just for an oil change.
No doubt. I mean, Royal Purple is it's full synthetic, and it is probably the best auto, meaning for vehicles like 4-wheel vehicles, cars and trucks, SUVs, vans, that you can buy for sure. I mean, it is expensive, and you got a Dodge, a big old Dodge. Yeah, it'd be pretty expensive oil change. But you would probably benefit from it, because it really would break down on a whole lot of the carbon buildup and a whole lot of the really nasty stuff that builds up in your motor when you use really cheap motor oil.
Yeah.
This is my word of advice.
I mean,
My word of advice
go
would
ahead.
be in your bike and in your truck, run seafoam through the brake booster lines. Let it sit for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then start your vehicle up. If you're shooting a white cloud out that looks like it's coming out of a radiator of a power plant, then you probably might want to use synthetic oil.
Yeah, I'm already using synthetic.
All right. Okay. Good deal. There's somebody
I
over.
just actually
Go ahead. Go ahead.
um, yeah, I just actually did my first I guess you could say tune-up. I had to buy spark plugs, and I heard a lot about the E3 spark plugs, and those were expensive. They were, what was it, $7-8 per plug, and I actually got them on sale where you buy one get one free. So my truck has 8 cylinders, and there's 2 spark plugs per one. So I had to get like 16 spark plugs. And so when they had that deal, that was the best time to buy them. I only paid like $70 instead of over $100 for them.
My God. 16 spark plugs. I don't know. I don't know what I'd do with all that. That's like the old Ford Ranger, the high output Ford Rangers that had 2 cylinders per, or yeah, 2 cylinders. I've been drinking too much. 2 spark plugs per cylinder. I mean, it does provide a shit ton of power. But yeah, wow, I couldn't imagine paying that much for spark plugs.
Yeah, because your traditional like Bosch like spark plugs, you're spending what $3 to $5 a spark plug.
Yeah, and if you're buying some Bosch Quattros, with the 4 contact points, boy, are you fucked. Because those are like $20 a piece.
Ouch.
I've always
Yeah,
and
because I watch that show.
go ahead.
Yeah, I always watch that show, Gears, and he did a review. He did that thing on the E3 spark plugs, and he said that with those spark plugs, it's supposed to burn your fuel better, and you get better fuel economy. And I might have to quote me on this one, but I think it's supposed to give you like a so much power boost.
Yeah. Um, the Bosch E3 spark plugs. Those are 3 contact, if I'm not mistaken. Um, Anything more than 1 contact is going to give you a boost because there's a lot more voltage, flowing through there. It's going to ignite a lot more gas than your conventional 1 contact spark plug. But yeah, it's going to give you a lot more power, and you will see a horsepower increase. I know that a long, long, long time ago, I never put any more than 1 contact in my car because I don't really care about power in my car because I've never really had fast cars. But my mom bought this Mazda and it was all hopped up. We put quad contact Bosch spark plugs in it, and holy shit, that thing had balls. I mean, it was after we put those spark plugs in it, it had a good bit more power, but it did demolish the gas mileage. It went from about 30 miles to the gallon to about 22. So, I mean, pick your battles.
Yeah, that's definitely you know something you can see a little, or well, I guess you really wouldn't notice it that much, but it's enough to notice a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like going from like 30 to 2 miles a gallon. I used to have an Oldsmobile Delta 88,
Yeah.
and that thing got fantastic gas mileage when I was staying out of the secondaries of the carburetor, but when I opened up the secondaries, I was only getting about 10 miles to the gallon. It had a
So you work on your own vehicles a lot, or?
yeah, I do work on my own vehicles a lot. I don't take it to anybody unless it's something that I'm incapable of doing. Like if I throw a valve through the head, or if I have a worn out piston ring, I'm more than likely gonna take it to somebody to have it fixed because I'm really not tearing apart my own engines like that. I just have really bad luck with that. But if I, blow a head gasket, that's not a big deal. If if my valves need adjusted, that's no big deal. Things like that.
Yeah, because I actually do my own oil change and brakes and rotors myself. Um, I'll tell you a story. The first time I did my front brakes, I went to one of these parts stores. I can't remember if it was either Advance or AutoZone. And there's a girl behind the counter, and she says she did her own before, and she needed help, and so she came out to help me. And that goes to show you how bad of a guy I am. I had to have a girl show me how to change my brakes on my vehicle.
There's nothing wrong with that, man. That's a that's a hell of a hot girl to have at your house. A girl that knows how to work on a motor is a hot girl to me. But yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with working on your own brakes and stuff and changing your own oil and all that because people are going to charge you a shit ton of money for that. I mean, I went out and I gotta change the oil in that Bandit. I'm gonna do that tomorrow, and I gotta bleed the brakes out on it. You know, and I only paid about $20 for all the stuff that I need to do that. And if I would have taken it to one of the Honda dealerships around here, because apparently we don't have any Suzuki dealerships, because apparently Suzuki is unknown around this valley. Uh, it probably would have costed me almost $100 to get all that done.
Yeah, because ever since I've had my bike, I've done my own oil change on my bike, and I mean it cost me just with the synthetic, I'd probably say close to $40 for the oil and the oil filter. But now if I took it to my local bike shop, they're probably going to charge me probably about $80.
Yeah, taking it to the shop will be expensive. It will be expensive. Reason why I'm doing it so cheap is because I'm using conventional uh, Valvoline, just 10W40. It's just basic oil. And the original owner of that Bandit gave me a oil filter. He said he was about to change the oil in it if he didn't sell it, but he sold it to me, so he gave me the oil filter. He also gave me a set of front springs for it, but he put sport springs on it, so I mean I'm not really worried about putting the original springs on it.
Yeah, it sounds like you kind of made out pretty good on that bike. I mean, got a good deal on the bike and got some extra parts and oil filter with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really, I don't know. It's almost one of those too good to be true stories because that bike is, I mean, it's immaculate. It's immaculate. I mean, I walk out my garage and it's like orgasm city. I mean, like if I walk out in the city and look in that garage, that bike, I'm like, oh fuck, I don't even know what to do with myself with this thing in my garage. I don't know whether to sit here and polish it or if I should just leave it there until winter's over. But I mean, it's for $1,500 for the bike I got. I mean, I don't think I could have done any better. But I appreciate you thinking it was a good deal. I think it was too.
Yeah, and how many miles did you say it was? Was it 17,000 miles on it?
Yeah, it's only got about 17,050 miles on it, something like that.
Yeah, it sounds like it's a pretty good deal. I mean, my bike's got what almost 22,000. I might be lucky if I can get maybe 3,500 for mine.
I think the coolest deal of it all was he put brand new brakes on the front or on the back of it, on the back wheel. He put brand new brake pads on it, and he told me I gotta bleed the brakes, which I'm gonna do tomorrow along with the oil change. But he put brand new brakes on it and that brand new suspension, which he said he hasn't even put 1,000 miles on that suspension. That brand new Michelin Pilot tire on the front, which has less than 500 miles on it. He said he doesn't know to the exact, but he said it's less than 500. Um, I mean, for $1,500, he wanted it. He wanted $2,000 for it to begin with, and I called him because he was an hour away. He was in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and I told him, hey, I'm interested in your bike. I just had one fall through because I was curious. I was looking around at previously I was looking around at a Suzuki Katana 600. It was an old 94, 93 something model Suzuki Katana, and that guy fell through on me. He called me the one day and said, "Oh, I got a title issue, blah blah blah." Well, I'm not buying a bike that has a fucked up title. No thanks. But I called that guy and I said, "Hey, you want 1,800 for that bike? I'll come up and look at it, but I'm letting you know ahead of time. I have $1,500 in cash." And he said, "Hey, man, that's cool." So I went up and got it.
Yes, yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Um, I just joined a thing on Facebook for people selling bikes, selling parts, or people looking for parts, and I came across a cruiser. Some guys got like these 22-inch ape hangers, and he only wanted like nine.
Hello?
Hello.
You there?
Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here.
Last thing I heard was something about ape
How about all
hangers.
you heard?
22-inch ape hangers is what I last heard.
Yeah, this guy's selling a bike. It's a street bike. It had 22-inch ape hangers, and he wanted $980 for it.
That's not. I mean, it depends on what kind of bike it is, but $980 for a bike that somebody's obviously taken care to customize. They've most likely had a little bit of a chance to do some maintenance on it and take care of it. I'm not much a fan of ape hangers, but somebody that cares to customize their bike usually cares to maintain their bike, and that's a good thing.
Well, a lot of people they buy a bike and they put all this money into it. Buying ape hangers or aftermarket exhaust or fine tuning the motor, and it just seems like after they spend all that money on it, they turn around and sell it. So it's like, well, why did you spend all that money fixing up the bike, and you're not going to keep it?
Right, right. I'm convinced that Bandit that I bought, I will probably keep it until it does not run anymore. But I've had a lot of friends that have bought bikes like Harleys, for instance. My buddy had that 1200 Sportster that he let me use. It had the original bars on it when he let me use it. But when I gave it back to him when it started riding season again, or well, the next season rather, um, he put 16-inch ape hangers on it. And I have never hated riding a bike more than I did with ape hangers on it. I mean, aside from the ape hangers, it had forward controls. So, I mean, like, imagine sitting in the office chair with your arms up in the air and your legs straight out. I mean, it's just not comfortable. It's really not. I mean, I don't agree with the ape hangers. If I was going to go with a cruiser, I'd do drag bars straight across. But hell,
Yeah.
if somebody's going to take to the idea of customizing their bike, they most likely thought of maintaining their bike as well. So if you're finding a bike that's been customized, it's probably been maintained, and if not, you can talk to the person about it. But you can come by some pretty good bikes, on some of those Facebook cycle swap groups or Craigslist or something like that. That's where I bought my bike from, was Craigslist.
Yeah, because I mean, I've actually seen some Jigsters going for, let's see, was it like 2004, 2005 with like less than, was it 17,000 miles on it? They wanted around $4,100 for Gixxer 600.
It's not a bad price. I found some Gixxers in my area. There was one. It was a 1989 Gixxer 1100 Slingshot, now, and so I've heard those are very sought after bikes. I came across one for $2,000 one time, and I was really, really tempted to buy it. But an 1100 Gixxer Slingshot, um, by today's standards, the Gixxer 1000 is fast, but the Gixxer 1100 Slingshot will kill you. That is a suicide machine. Any of those 80s bikes or early 90s bikes that are super sports, they're suicide machines. They were built so much better, and they're way more reliable, and they have probably 4 times the power.
Well, what about the Hayabusa 1300 or the Kawasaki 1400? Now those have some power for being sport bikes.
They do have power, but I will give them the benefit of a doubt that they have not been outlawed.
I've lost you there. Are you still there? Done lost him. Uh-oh. Uh, he- Maybe he'll log back in. Well, I don't know if he's going to come back. Hello?
Hello.
It looks like he's trying to come back in here. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sounds like we're on telephones. Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now? Good. Am I on my Llama Goose page or am I on my other fucking page?
Your personal page.
Son of a bitch. Hang on a minute. How page? You're going to Google Hangout. That's not me. No. I want to join as Llama Goose. I hate Google Plus. I hate it with a passion.
Uh,
Oh well. I don't think anyone's watching. I don't think
yeah, I don't
anyone's
see any
watching at this
viewers.
point. We're talking about a bunch of all kinds of crazy shit. And people are probably like, I don't think everyone's probably like, what the fuck are they talking about? But anyway,
Yeah, because we
crap.
bounced from
We
one
were
thing to
talking about
another.
boosas and 14s.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about boosas and 14s. It's I think they're ridiculous. I think they're ridiculous how fast they go. I mean, I don't see any point for a bike being that fast. But you look back at the heritage in the 1980s was the Sabre V65 1100 Hondas, but they were actually so I've heard. Don't quote me on it. Were outlawed because people were killing themselves on them. They were V4s, 4 cylinders, 1100 and a V, and that is a ridiculous like that's a ridiculous setup. That's something that kills somebody.
Yeah, back then, yeah, it was a lot of power for a bike. But now, looking at today's, it's almost like it's not as powerful because they're coming out with more powerful bikes today.
Right, right. Well, I mean, if you I don't know what would happen if you tried to line up a Hayabusa with a ZX14 with a V65 or a Bandit 1200. What would happen? But I mean, hell, I mean they're all fucking retarded fast. I mean, you almost don't need to go that fast.
Yeah, that's just like a little bit extreme. I mean, sometimes I don't even think you really need 1,000 riding down the
Yeah.
street because I mean, what are you going to do with all that power? It's just going to sit there.
Well, I asked on one of the previous hangouts. I'm not sure whose it was. But this was basically a research topic for me, and I thought it was kind of funny. Is what is the selling point for a leader bike over a 600 or a 750? And everyone said it was the power. And I'm like, so what? 150 miles an hour isn't fucking fast enough? I mean, that's 35 miles an hour can kill you. Why would you want to go more than 150? But you know, I guess people have their need for speed, and whatever. But I thought it was an interesting subject because I would have picked something different, like the Yamaha R1s over the R6. The R1s sound awesome. They're probably one of the best sounding bikes I've ever heard in my life. The R6s sound good, but the R1s is just pure ear orgasm.
Well, I will agree with everybody else that the ones like your leader bikes, like your 1,000s, they're not going to be that good in the turns. Um, your 250s and your 300s, they're going to be more uh, better for they're more mobility for going around turns, and they're more lighter of a bike compared to your 1,000, which is it weighs more and it's going to crap you around turns.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, your leader bikes are going to be around 500 to 550 pounds. 600s will be about 400 to 450 pounds, depending on what type you get. If you get a super sport, that's what it's going to weigh. If you get a sport touring like mine, a 600 will weigh about 450 to 500 pounds. And then you get your 250s in your 300 class, which is about 300 pounds. That's pretty damn light. And you could take that bitch to the ground without laying it down. They're really fantastic for handling.
Yeah.
And they're really good bikes. I mean,
But it
mine.
also depends.
Go ahead, go ahead.
It also depends on your where you live too. I mean, if you live somewhere like Phoenix, like your 1,000s or even like your Habusas, you you couldn't go wrong because it's basically a flat stretch. You're not gonna have that many turns. But now if you go someplace like Tail of the Dragon, um, you're gonna want something that's gonna be able to go through those twisties pretty fairly good. Like your 300 or your 600s or even like your 750s.
Right, right. I'll agree with you on that. If somebody lives in Phoenix, yeah, there are a good bit of flat roads there. There's some mountains. I think a leader bike would be appropriate for somewhere like Phoenix. If you're doing Tail of the Dragon in Tennessee and North Carolina, I don't really know how much that road spans because I've never been on it. I don't really care to, but um, I think a smaller CC bike, a 600, or maybe even a 500 twin, might even be appropriate for that road. If you're living somewhere like Double T out in Kansas, he's he's got a 900 Ninja. I think it's a very appropriate bike for the roads because out in Kansas, I mean, let's face it, it's flat as shit. He's got all the power that he really needs, and he can still corner.
Yeah, because I also watched the video. Was it? I can't remember what the name of it was, but they took a Kawasaki 1000 and a Kawasaki 300, and it was a male and a female, and they basically test drove, I think, in California, and I think I don't know who was driving what, but they said that even though the 1000 was better at the straights, but that 300 in the turns caught up with the 1000.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. I mean, the lighter bike will always catch up in the turns because it's easier to put to the ground, and I mean, hell, I mean, you're just gonna take those corners so much better. It's always a toss up, but if you're living in a hilly place, if you're living in eastern Ohio like me, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, parts of North Carolina, Tennessee, uh, Georgia, and all that. I mean, I don't think South Carolina has its share of like little mountains, but nothing huge. A smaller CC like a 600 bike would be a good choice. A leader bike would be a good choice for Western Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, uh, Missouri, all those states that are flat.
Now California would be a completely different story. It would depend on what part of California. I know, like, let's take for instance, L.A. L.A. is more flat and city riding, but now if you go someplace like, I don't know, like San Francisco or up in the mountains, that's a totally different situation. You're not going to, ride a 1000 up in the mountains and up in the twisties.
Right, I agree with you there. Um, LA, as for the city driving, I really wouldn't recommend a leader bike. I've been to LA in a semi truck, and I can tell you that it's a bitch in a semi truck. It's probably just as much of a bitch on a leader bike. Um, I think for a good part of the state of California, a 600cc or maybe a 500 twin would be a great bike to have in California because, I mean, let's face it, you're going to hit the speed limit 65, 70 on the highways. You'll be able to blow past that if you really want to. And then, north and west of LA, you've got the mountains, and north of the San Bernardino River Valley, you've got the mountains. And even south of the river valley, you've got the mountains. And you can do all the twisties that you could possibly ever want to do. And I mean, the rest of the state is basically mountains, except for around the San Francisco area. It's fairly flat, couple little hills. But I mean, I think a 600 or smaller would be good bike for California.
Yeah, I've only been to California once, and just from what I've seen, um, it's cause I mean, I went to, like, was it, oh, Anaheim. I was around Anaheim and Hollywood, and all you see was basically just straight, flat highways and just big buildings.
Yeah, I've spent quite a bit of time out in the San Bernardino River Valley, Ontario, San Bernardino, Fontana, Claremont, all that in California, and it's flat in the valley. Like if you watch Baker X Derek's videos, it's flat in the valley, and then you can go up on the mountains, either on the south or the north side of the town. You know, it's it's pretty easy to get up into the mountains on that north side, and I'll tell you what, they are high. You get up about 7,000 feet on them.
Yeah, you get that high up in the elevation, you start losing oxygen a little bit, don't you?
Yeah, you lose oxygen, and you lose power to your bike, actually, unless you're fuel injected. If you're fuel injected, you probably won't have to worry about it. But if you're carbureted, your bike's going to be set to work at what oxygen level you take in where you're at. You go up 7,000 feet, the air gets a little bit thinner, and it's going to be a little bit harder for the carbs to take in. You're going to be flooding your engine basically with fuel.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think I'm going to call it a night.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, sounds
You're probably
good.
still in the same time zone as I am.
Yeah, I'm in the same time zone. It's about 20 till 2.
Yeah, that's about what I'm getting here.
Yep, I'm gonna have to keep drinking. I'm only on beer number 9. I'm
And
not even I'm not even there yet. That's terrible. I'm an alcoholic.
uh,
Don't drink and ride,
uh,
you young kids.
don't drink and drive either.
Drinking and driving's okay. You're on 4 wheels. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm just kidding. Disclosure alert.
But you can drink and buy.
Yeah, you can drink and buy as long as you're buying off Amazon. Don't drink and date. Don't look at pictures of girls when you're drunk because it'll make you horny. And don't look at your bike when you're drinking because it will also make you horny. Unless you're riding like I don't know, a 250 CBR or something, because those things are just fucking ugly.
Uh, well, before we go, I want to ask you, um, have you watched and have you talked to Cycle Cruiser up in Ohio?
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's, like, I have watched his videos. I haven't talked to him personally, but from his videos, I don't think even drunk, like if I drank, I don't know, a case of Budweiser or maybe 3 bottles of wine or maybe a whole bottle of Jack Daniels, that I'd be able to handle the accent that he has. It's not the cockiness, I can deal with that. It's not the attitude, I can deal with that. It's the accent. That accent drives me effing crazy.
Yeah, he does
That
have a
fucking
little
that fucking
weird
you
side to
guys
him when he says it.
you guys over there in fucking Ohio, and you guys are fucking bunch of pussies, motherfuckers, and all this shit. And like, we don't talk like that in Ohio. This is how we talk in Ohio. We talk like this. We talk like regular human beings.
Devil, ah.
I call it the double pirate.
Yeah, the way he says it, yeah, it does sound like a pirate.
Arr, matey, motherfucker. Oh, shit.
Ugh.
Okay, Maxodom, do you think I should name my bike Lucy?
It's whatever you're comfortable with. Um, I think I remember in a hangout we were talking about something like that. Do you want to name a bike, a female or male or whatever? It's really whatever you want.
Cause if I name my bike,
Lucy's a good name.
if I think if I name my bike Lucy, then whenever it makes me angry, I can just do, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. No, I don't really name my bikes. Like I just don't. I mean, I call them she's, but I don't name them. It's just something I don't do. It's I might name it the El Bandito.
Yeah, I still refer to my bike as a she. I really don't really call my bike by the name, but in my one video, I basically, I think you've already seen it. Um, I just wanted to dedicate it to my cousin's fiance. Because he had a bike and I didn't have a bike, and he did all his own work, and it's just more of a dedication kind of thing for me.
Yeah, yeah, I did see that video. That was cool of you, man. I can respect that. It was get a cool bike. You named it out of respect, and that's cool. I don't typically name my bikes. They're just she's. They're the unnamed mistress. My wife calls them a deterrent for sex, but whatever.
uh, Now, does she ride with you, or does she have her own bike, or?
No, I taught her how to ride years back. That old 250 Rebel I was telling you about, I actually gave it to her, side and title and everything, and taught her how to ride on it. And she rode for about a month, and she decided that she hated riding. So she signed the title back to me, and I sold it to a lesbian chick.
I don't know how true it is, but um, even though a girl may not like riding or never been on one, but as soon as they get on one, I've heard that they can have the craziest orgasms on one from the vibrations.
Well, I think that basically depends on the bike. Um, I know that when my Bandit gets up into the high RPM range, it does put up a hell of a high frequency vibration. But most of the V twin cruisers and stuff, they put on like a low frequency, like a much slower vibration. I don't know. I guess it's dependent on the chick, you know, what they like.
Yeah, I guess it would kind of somewhat depend on the chick, I guess. I mean,
It depends on whether they like getting fucking, smashed, pounded hard, or if they like the soft, touchy feely shit, you know.
alrighty. I guess we're gonna go ahead and sign off. It's 10 till 2, and
Yeah.
I think you've been drinking way too much.
No, trust me, buddy. I'm gonna be drinking for a little while.
All right, well, I'm going to say bye to you and hope to talk to you soon. And I guess I'll catch you up on Monday night on Brand's Hangout.
Oh yeah, I'll be
And
there. Let me know when you're gonna have another hangout and all that stuff, and I'll be sure to be there.
all right, does Saturday night seem like a fairly decent time?
Yeah. Saturday night seems perfect because really nobody else is doing anything because all the other motovloggers are out at the bar. I have children. I have to
Yeah.
watch children.
Yeah, because it seems like during the week it's pretty much booked solid,
Yeah. Yeah, I think
doing the
Saturday
job.
night's a good
Yeah.
thing. We should start it up until we get a shit ton of fans.
So you think I should just go ahead and keep Saturday nights around 9 o'clock and hopefully pick up some more people?
Yeah, I think you should. My wife doesn't go to work till like 10, so that's when I can join in. But yeah, Saturdays at 9 is fine.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Well, I'll talk to you later then.
All right, man, you have a good night.
You too, and drink plenty of beer.
Oh, I will because I won't be riding for a while. Take care, buddy.
Uh, good night.
Good
All
night.
right. Bye.